here in the world's financial capital. Why wouldn't you be? I mean, this is where it all happens, let's be honest. Robin, thank you for joining us in our studio here. Okay, for simpletons like me, I think about commercial real estate. Let's just get that. When I think about commercial real estate, I just think about office. Let's just get that out of the way first. Office space in LA, in San Francisco, in New York, in Boston. Any hope for office space?
Office space on the West Coast, like you just mentioned, is in a world of hurt. Yeah. LA and San Francisco are approaching 30% vacancies, which is extraordinary. And when you look forward, to get to that equilibrium between supply and demand is going to take years. But you do have bright spots within each of these markets, depending on the class of office that you're in. So, the flight to quality theme that you've seen from tenants preferring newer build office space versus the older space that's becoming obsolete is a real trend.
So talk to us more about that newer space. What kind of particular industries are jumping into that?
It depends on which city you live in and which industries kind of underlie that
Right.
fundamental city. So obviously, in San Francisco, you've seen a lot of news about AI really jumping in to take leasing and absorption. In LA, we're still dealing with the after effects of the strikes and kind of pullback by tech tenants. So again, it's just going to take time.
All right, so that's office. We get that out of the way. In New York, my personal metric for New York is when a building on 3rd Avenue trades. A big office building on 3rd Avenue trades, what's the discount going to be? 20%, 30%, 50%, 60%? I don't know what that number is, but that'll be the clearing thing for me. How about the rest of commercial real estate? Where do you guys see the best opportunity these days?
So from an asset class perspective, as we look forward, multifamily we think has a lot of positive fundamentals. Right now, multifamily is enduring a supply wave, but as you look forward over the next 3 to 4 years, you essentially have new supply for multifamily falling off about 50%, depending on which market you're in. So it really sets the stage for positive rent growth across the board, which we think is a really interesting play, especially as you have home ownership affordability continuing to be a real challenge. It really underpins the rentership demand.
So how does the Fed and rate cuts play into this when you think about CRE transaction activity? Because there was that indication that people were thinking rate cuts would be even more steeper, say, over the next year, but that's changed it a little bit on the back of the election and the trajectory of that.
So the Fed rate cuts, it's a major milestone that we're on the other side of the restrictive cycle into the easing cycle. And so that actually has instilled a fair amount of confidence into the commercial real estate industry. You've seen a stabilization of transaction activity volume. You've seen a stabilization from a pricing perspective. So after things really fell off a cliff in 2023, 2024, there are some bright spots. And you did see in the third quarter transactions being able to get done with accretive leverage. Since the last couple of months have occurred and the rate trajectory path is a little bit less uncertain, obviously it's going to take time to play out for people to really grasp what that means for real estate economics. But overall, I would say the incremental easing that's anticipated is a big positive for commercial real estate.
All right, let's say I've got an idea for a great multifamily or multi-whatever kind of unit thing, and I want to go build it in my local town. Is my bank going to finance me? Can I get financing for real estate these days?
So there's been a huge shift in the financing landscape because banks have had to pull back very significantly. You've seen bank loan origination volume drop 26% year over year, which creates a tremendous opportunity for private capital. We're active in the lending space and we finance multifamily development, for example. So in our view—
What do you guys know about lending money? I'm the one who went through the Chase Bank credit training program. You guys are like real estate people. What do you know about lending money?
We've been a very active direct lender
Really?
for decades, in addition to what we do on the equity investment side. And so there's, we think, kind of a permanent shift and opportunity for private capital because the banks have to reduce their commercial real estate exposure. And regional banks, of course, currently have about 30% exposure, which is way too high.
Interesting.
So how do tax policies fit into this?
So you can expect, obviously, Trump's policies to be generally very favorable for commercial real estate, given his background. He's proposed, of course, an extension of the 2017 tax cuts and additional tax cuts. You would expect that he preserves real estate tax benefits like 1031 exchanges, which is quite positive for the industry. But overall, tax cuts are stimulative from an economic, growth and consumption perspective. And when you have a stimulated economy, that's generally good for real estate fundamentals.
So then on the flip side of that, what about trade policies as far as those impacting supply constraints?
The trade policies that he proposed inputting 10% tariffs on all imports and 60% tariffs on Chinese imports, that could have an inflationary impact, driving up material costs, which on balance would be negative for commercial real estate. Obviously, if the cost to construct buildings is higher, that's a challenge. And if you have an inflationary backdrop as well, that potentially sets the Fed on a different path. And higher interest rates are not great for commercial real estate. So it'll be interesting to see these play out.
What markets are you guys most interested in these days? Have you been focused on any individual regions of the country, or?
We're very active across the Sun Belt and coastal markets, but we dial up and down our activities depending on what's happening in given cities. So obviously, post-COVID, certain markets within the West Coast have been very effective. So we've been watching to see and waiting for the rebound there. But within the Sun Belt, where you've had significant job growth and demand drivers, we've been quite active.
Are there any particular cities that stand out to you in recent years, whether ones that are strengthening versus other ones that are still having issues here?
I would say, at the top of the list, San Francisco has been obviously kind of the poster child for the distress this cycle. Yeah. And we continue to see throughout San Francisco and certainly downtown Los Angeles, obviously, the incredible distressed office trades. And it's not just office, because you've had, the exit of the employment base from those areas. It's also affecting hotel assets. It's affecting multifamily rents and vacancies. It's broadly affecting commercial real estate negatively. So we're looking out for essentially the resurgence of those areas to be able to reinvest.
Student housing, do you guys have exposure there? Because we had a guest come in a couple of days ago they were really focusing on student housing.
We are active in student housing. And that continues to be an area of strength, actually. So you've seen across the top-tier universities incredible rent growth within the student housing space. Because primarily the supply has been quite restricted and the university enrollments have been growing. So that's been a bright spot. You've seen a lot more institutional investors interested in the space.
Mm-hmm. And whenever you're speaking with either different clients, what are they telling you right now? What are some of either the positives versus some of the negatives they feel like when they're looking maybe more broadly about the economy?
In terms of, I would say, investor clients right now, yield is incredibly important. So there's been a lot of interest in investors who historically had invested only in the equity side to now pursue real estate debt strategies, because yields are 2 and 3 times more attractive than they were back in the zero interest rate environment. So when you have the opportunity to earn equity-like returns on debt, that's something that gets people's attention. And then I would also say investors from an equity perspective are starting to poke their heads back up based on the interest rate easing path and thinking about how they can be deploying capital at risk from an equity perspective in the future.
So are you guys in the market for capital right now, or are you in a fundraising mode now?
We're generally,
I think you guys are always into fundraising. People in private equities and private credit.
We're actively pursuing new strategies, yes.
Actively pursuing new strategies. Okay. Can you answer the question, why do we have a housing shortage in this country? How did that happen?
So it's estimated, round numbers, about 4 million units short for U.S. housing.
The population's not growing that much. What's going on? Where did all these units, where did they go?
Well, I guess how much of that had to do with post-housing crisis versus it getting exacerbated by the pandemic? Because it seems like there was already an issue and then it just blew up because of COVID too.
It's been an extended issue post-GFC. Essentially, you had a dramatic drop-off in the ability to get housing developed and financed. So we've been in a structural undersupply kind of regime ever since the GFC. And there's very little that's kind of changing in the outlook to correct that.
What would need to happen to fix that realistically?
You need the economics of developing new housing to be highly profitable. And that will incentivize developers and capital providers to jump in a more meaningful way. And you saw that over the last few years with the zero interest rate environment, but essentially that supply pipeline has fallen off a cliff. Basically starting in the second half of 2022, new starts really plummeted because economically in a high rate environment, it just stopped making sense.
Robin, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Robin Potch, she's the CIO, Canyon Partners Real Estate, based in Los Angeles, but stopping by our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio here in Midtown Manhattan. Hey, did you see across the street they're finally putting in a store?
I did.
I mean, that is
makes me feel
seismic.
Good.
To me, that is seismic data point for New York City Midtown
Yeah.
real estate.
I like this.
Because
like
that thing
this
was
is
empty
positive.
since like March 13th.
Oh, for sure. I feel like the entire
2020.
time I've worked here the last 3 years, I haven't seen anything in that
Yeah, so
spot.
we're putting it up. I mean, it's prime real estate. Lexington Avenue, 50s across the street from Bloomberg.
It's great.
I mean, you know, us walking out the door
That's
every day.
right. Maybe hopefully more people can come by.
The Sephora is still packed every day.
I'm guilty of that.
Are you? That and then, like the Swiss chocolate.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that survived the
Also,
pandemic.
the chocolate. I'm one of those. I mean, it's so good downstairs,
I know,
and it's
good
right
stuff.
there.
It's
It
right
doesn't
there.
take us long to walk
It's right
there.
there. S&P 500, we're off 15 points. The Dow's off 200 points, and the Nasdaq's off 22 points. Looking at the bond market, 10-year Treasury yields, they keep going higher, up another 8 basis points. We're now at 4.39% on the 10-year Treasury. For Alex Steele, we'll call out crude oil, WTI crude oil up 50 cents, just about $68.50 a barrel, moving a little bit higher. Bitcoin, Tom Keynes, I know he's looking at it, maybe trading it down 1.3%, just under $87,000 per token. We were just under $90,000 per token earlier in this trading session today. So big moves higher in risk assets, none more so than our friends at Bitcoin. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The stock market rally running out of steam. Equities at the lows of the morning right now, right to the numbers, with the S&P 500 index down 18 now, a decline of 0.3%. The S&P back at 59.83, below 6,000. Dow Industrials down 236, decline right now of 0.5%. And we have got NASDAQ slumping 32, a drop there of 0.2%. After yesterday's surge, Russell 2000 index down 1.2%. 10-year at 4.40%, with the 2-year 4.32%. Gold down $18 the ounce, 26 even right now on the precious metal, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 68.33 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin now down 1.1%, 86,997 on Bitcoin. Small business confidence advanced in the buildup to the U.S. presidential election. Another report contradicting a popular narrative about this year's vote. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Was it the economy? The Small Business Optimism Index rose in October, matching the highest reading in 2 years. 9 out of the 10 items that make up the index increased, led by the outlook for business conditions. A similar trend emerged last week at the University of Michigan Survey of Consumer Sentiment, also conducted prior to what pollsters billed as a tight election. It reached a 7-month high. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Briefly on earnings, Home Depot down 0.8%, rival Lowe's down 1.2%. Hertz Global Holdings reported a worse than expected loss as the rental car company continued to unwind that failed bet on Tesla EVs. Hertz shares down today by 3.4%. Tesla slumping also by 3.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, here's a little trick, folks. If you want to have the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal, this is what you write. Bonuses set to grow across Wall Street for first time since 2021. Every single Bloomberg user out there on the planet clicked on that story.
It's catnip for readers, really.
It is awesome. It is great stuff. Catherine Doherty, she's responsible for this one. She's a finance reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So we're going to get bonus increases this year for our friends on Wall Street?
Seems like everyone is going to be going out of 2024 with a smile on their face, hopefully.
Nice.
Ooh, yeah.
So I guess it's just simply a function of profitability on the street. I mean, just huge profits you see coming out of these big investment banks.
So it shouldn't come as a surprise because we've seen the banks report more activity across trading. Even deals are starting to show signs of a return to more M&A. It just means more fees. And so when there's more revenue coming into these banks, they're able to pay their bankers more. And so across Wall Street, we're likely to see double-digit pay increases. Nice. Some as much as 25 to 35%, others closer to 10%. But it does look like this is going to be a bigger bump, close to the 2021 highs. So it's been 3 years, but we're starting to see a turnaround.
Talk to us about corporate clients specifically returning to the market, because I know obviously the Federal Reserve and previously in those 3-year span where rates were the highest they had been in about a generation, kind of the difference there when you're beginning to see that ease now when it comes to borrowing costs.
Yeah, so we see a return to companies tapping both the equity and debt markets. Debt, especially as rates are coming down. And this is also a reflection of just we had a period of uncertainty, and now that there's more clarity on what the Fed is going to do with rates, now that we have gotten through the election and we know who the new administration is going to be, that is probably going to just mean more deal activity and more companies that are tapping their bankers and asking what they might be able to do to increase their earnings or to help with their balance sheets if they have been stressed over the past few months or years.
Back in my day on Wall Street, my bonus would make up many years 95, 96% of my total annual compensation came from my bonus.
Wow.
But what's happened now is they've increased the base pay and reduce the amount of incentive compensation.
Okay.
To kind of get away from those big bonus numbers. But
What was the big catalyst to shift that?
I think it was just some of the public backlash to the big bonus numbers out there. So it created the exact wrong incentive, in my opinion. But anyway, debt underwriting, equity underwriting, they're going to be the big winners, right?
Yes, it seems like that's where we've seen a lot of the activity. Right behind them, trading and M&A, it's returning. So that wasn't the strongest sector in the past, especially the last 2 years. But 2024 is looking up. Those green shoots are starting to actually show some activity. And looking ahead, we've even got some indicators for 2025. I know it seems far away, but it's really not. It's right around the corner, and all indicators are pointing to positive growth in the new year as well as to end this year.
Were there any sectors that were left out?
Well, retail and commercial banking, I don't know what you mean by left out, but those are actually the only two that are projected to be flat or even slightly down. So not catastrophic, but not the payout and the boon that you might see with debt and equity underwriting bankers.
And is it expected that'll be pretty much across most firms be pretty similar? Do you think we're going to have some firms that are going to do really better in terms of paying people versus some that are going to be laggards? I know some firms have some pressure from their shareholders to keep that expense ratio in line and things like that.
That's right. But I would say that across the big 6 Wall Street banks, they remain competitive. So they have to pay their people so that they don't, if you are thinking about your expenses, and they need to be, but if you skimp and you're not paying your people what they expect to be paid, they might go across the street. And then we'll start to see some jumping, which we saw during 2021, and that has pulled back just with compensation. So competition was not as much of a problem for the banks, but it's a really great point. It's something that we'll pay attention to. Will this mean that there'll be more shifting of the chairs, we say, across Wall Street firms? And
we'll talk, at 2 p.m. Wall Street today, Shonali Bosick interviewing Jane Fraser, CEO of Citi.
Tune in.
So that'll be some good conversation about the state of global Wall Street. The average salary, including bonuses, was $471,370 last year, down 5.2%, largely due to smaller annual payouts. That's what the New York State Comptroller Thomas DiNapoli said last month. So the folks who really pay attention to how much Wall Street's getting paid is the city of New York to get their taxes. So.
Whenever you're speaking with your sources, what's their thoughts on a market volatility when you have a new administration coming in, and what this could potentially shape when you're thinking about how bonuses could potentially change next year?
So I think what was interesting in talking to folks leading up to the election, many bankers that I talked to said that this was not a decision, or trading firms, investment managers, they weren't making the decision of where to move their money the week of the election. That decision had been made over the summer or weeks, even months before. So we saw a lot of activity, which will likely be reflected in the next earnings cycle for banks when they report how much of their trading activity, which we expect to be up. And now that the administration is, you even see some of the folks that are being picked to lead in the Trump administration. As that becomes more clear, you'll see probably people taking even more bets on where the economy is headed, maybe some geopolitical tensions that people will start to make decisions based on the new leaders that are in place. So you can expect to probably see even more trading activity. This is not the end. It's probably just the beginning, or the way that I see it, and from the conversations that I'm having with traders on Wall Street.
Catherine, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Excellent reporting. Most read story on the Bloomberg terminal. How about that, Catherine Doherty? Of course, I could have written it and become the most read terminal. But that's how you write it. You write anything about Wall Street and bonuses.
Boom. There you go.
Catherine Doherty, finance reporter, Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So, again, our friends on Wall Street, looks like they're going to have a pretty good year this year. Maybe that means they'll be buying more terminals, leasing more terminals. That's how I think about it for the Bloomberg.
Connecting it back.
Connecting it all back to us.
Full circle there.
S&P 500 off 21 points. The Dow's off 240 points. That's 0.5%. The Nasdaq's off 50 points. That's about 0.25%. Yields higher, up 10 basis points on your 10-year. Now 4.4% on your 10-year U.S. Treasury. Bitcoin off just about 1%, $87,000 per token. We were up against 90,000 earlier today. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Jess Benton sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Tyson Foods, one of the big movers here today. Who knew? Stock reported some good numbers. Stock's up 8% today, up 18% year to date. Sports a market cap of $22.6 billion. Let's break down those numbers from Tyson. Jen Martashis joins us, senior retail analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Jen, talk to us about Tyson Foods. I don't know that much about what chicken, beef, pork. Talk to us about this company and what they and the results.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Paul. Actually, it's all of the above. Tyson is a contemporary protein company, and obviously they're most well known for chicken, but they do have operations in beef and pork, as well as prepared foods. And I think what we really saw today was they were able to end their fiscal year on a high note. That's really been a culmination of a lot of effort to streamline and improve their business. They've been very inconsistent in the last few years, so it is a little refreshing to see that they finally seem to have gotten their arms around some of the problems that they were having and seem to be on a very good trajectory going forward.
Talk to us more maybe about the inflation picture, because it looks like Tyson's second largest source of revenue, actually demand for chicken actually improved because consumers were looking for those cheaper alternatives to beef. So what do you think this tells us about inflation right now?
It's a great question. And with regards to inflation, there's a dual effect that Tyson has. The first is because they are so big in chicken, it's obviously a benefit to them. When people are trading down or they're seeking cheap protein to put on their table, chicken is a big answer to that question. And Tyson is definitely reaping the benefits of that. A little bit harder and a little bit more nuanced is the impact that inflation has on their prepared food segment. That's on the things that you find in the frozen aisle, in the refrigerated aisle. Those are higher cost items usually, and they're a little bit higher margin for Tyson. So finding the right balance has been important as consumers look for those prices to come down a little bit further as well.
So what drives their business, Jen? When top line revenue drivers, is it kind of a GDP story? Is it something different than that?
It really is a reflection of where the consumer is, because it is really about where the demand is going to fall. When it comes to cost drivers for Tyson, they really benefit from lower grain prices. So when corn comes down, soy comes down, that's good because that's the feedstock for the animals. But the way that Tyson goes usually follows just the general consumer and where they're trending and how incomes are progressing.
Something earlier this year I thought was interesting because I talked to you about kind of price mix when it came to another segment in the consumer staples category when it came to consumer packaged good type companies. Obviously, if you look at Tyson's Food too, when it comes to those types of food, beverage, food product type companies that are distributing packaged foods and meats, how do you view kind of when you were talking to me earlier this year about promotional sales for a lot of these types of companies in the back half of the year, like buy one, get one free, different things like that, as far as what this shows us about maybe consumer spending and what a lot of these companies, when they are distributing these types of goods, how they're faring?
Yeah, it's a big topic for these companies. And so when you're looking at volumes, almost every packaged food company started this year saying they were going to grow volumes, and yet very few have actually been able to actually realize volume growth this year. And that's really because the shoppers have been so conservative on their spending and they've been seeking deals. There's been a lot of pressure to run promotions, and so we've seen promotional activity tick up substantially in the last quarter and in the second half of this year overall. And we're seeing more deals, more discounts, and all of that is usually coming at the price of the packaged food company, not necessarily the retailer. So that's good news for consumers who are looking for deals. It makes it a much harder process to manage for the packaged food companies. So for Tyson, part of what they've really been working on is increasing their innovation pipeline, things where they can bring new products to market and have a different price point for those. And that's a similar strategy to what a lot of these other packaged food companies are trying to do to just generate consumer interest in their products again.
So, Jen, I know Tyson, they actually have adjusted operating income losses for beef and pork. Why is that?
Yes. Well, when you look at the beef market, we have a shortage of beef. The animals are getting bigger, so there's still beef there, but because of that, prices have been a lot higher, and it's been a little bit more expensive for consumers in terms of purchasing beef, and certainly specific cuts of beef. And what we're seeing in the cattle market are very few signs that that's going to change anytime soon. So at this moment, we're thinking we're not going to see big signs that the cattle market is going to expand again until the end of calendar 2025. So that's still a good ways away, which is part of why the company guided to a loss in adjusted operating income for the beef segment for 2025.
Can't they just make more cows? I mean, I don't get it.
Cows take a long time to raise, and it's not cheap to raise them either.
All right. I defer to you and all the ranchers out there. I watch Yellowstone, so I figure I know everything about ranching.
Do you?
Yeah,
I need to
so
get into
like
that.
I know everything
Okay.
about the ranching business. All right, Jen, thanks so much for joining us. Jen Bartashis, Senior Retail Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via Zoom from Princeton, New Jersey. So some good numbers for Tyson stock reacting favorably. Chicken powering the story there at Tyson's.
You know, at Texas A&M, we so many ranchers graduate from there that are making a lot of the food that we eat and the milk that we drink.
College Station, Texas. You guys know cowboys down there, that's for sure. All right, we got the S&P 500 off 21 points. The NASDAQ off 250 points. That's about 0.6%. The Dow off 240 points. NASDAQ off about 43 points. We'll keep an eye on that. Coming up in just a moment, Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is next after this global news update coming up. So Joe Matthew, Washington, D.C. has all the latest as Trump makes his appointments. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is next, right after the global news update right now.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A New York judge has put off any decision on what to do with the Trump hush money conviction. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
We have to wait a week to see what the judge is going to decide here. But essentially what he is determining is whether the Supreme Court's immunity ruling applies to this case in a way that the verdict should be thrown out completely.
President-elect Trump is moving fast to come up with cabinet appointees. Among those expected to be selected, Senator Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State, Kristi Noem to be Homeland Security Chief. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
President-elect Trump is prioritizing key administration roles that really reflect his top campaign promises, securing the border and boosting the economy with energy independence. And all of the appointees have at least one thing in common: fierce loyalty to Trump.
Members of Congress are back in Washington, and House Speaker Mike Johnson is promising to follow through on the Trump agenda.
I've been working with our committee chairs and our Senate colleagues to lay the groundwork for this America First agenda. It will grow our economy and reduce inflation. It will secure our borders. We will restore America's energy dominance once again.
A new Louisiana law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed in all public classrooms by the 1st of January has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. President Biden meeting right now at the White House with Israel's president to discuss latest developments in Gaza and Lebanon. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
The Israeli government now knows that President Biden is a lame duck, and that if they don't like what he's doing or saying, they can simply wait him out for another 70 days or so.
In the UK, Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, stepped down amid rising criticism over his handling of a sex abuse scandal. The BBC's Harry Farley says it dates back to 2013 when he was made aware of an abuse allegation.
Criticism in a report outlined last week was that he did not do enough to pursue those allegations to make sure that they were being properly investigated.
Well, since the presidential election, financial exchanges have posted healthy gains into record territory. CBS's Kelly O'Grady on the outlook.
Near term, you could see a little bit of pullback, right? Investors taking some profits off the table. We're going to get some key inflation data tomorrow that could move the needle. But most analysts are telling me this is going to be net positive through the rest of the year because Trump won't have taken office yet. You don't know what that's going to mean.
And there's some pullback today. Right now, the Dow is down 250. The S&P is down 21 points. The NASDAQ is down 45 points. This is CBS News. Nominees for the Songwriters Hall of Fame have been released.
Janet Jackson, NWA, and Eminem have all been nominated for the class of 2025.
Now back in the days of Oakney, right around the time I became a dopey.
Sheryl Crow, George Clinton, and the Doobie Brothers are contenders. So are writers for hits from Whitney Houston, Pat Benatar, and Mariah Carey. Winners will be announced February 22nd in Austin, with the induction ceremony to follow in June in New York City. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News, New York.
Italian police have dismantled a network of European art forgers who made fake Warhols, Banksys, and Picassos, then tried to sell them with the help of auction houses. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to the fastest show in politics as lawmakers return to Washington for the first time since the election, facing leadership battles and a funding deadline all before the end of this Congress and the end of the year. This as Donald Trump fills out the cabinet. We're naming names here. Senator Marco Rubio tapped for state. Governor Kristi Noem reportedly named for Homeland Security. And we've got more where those came from here. This hour, we're joined by Bloomberg Congress editor Megan Scully with the latest on Capitol Hill in a House that is yet to be called. And our Trump campaign reporter Nancy Cook with the latest on the transition. Insights from our political panel. Democratic strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us today, along with Republican strategist Chapin Fay from Lighthouse Public Affairs. We start, as always, on Wall Street. For that, we turn to world headquarters in New York and Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, we got some air coming out of this market on this Tuesday, a week after the election. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now, right to the numbers here. 20-point loss on the S&P 500 index, 59.81, back below 6,000, drop right now of 0.3%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 253, down 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 39 now, drop there of 0.2%. With the 10-year, 4.41%. The 2-year, 4.33%. Spot gold down 0.8%, 25.97 the ounce on gold. West Texas Intermediate crude 68.40 the ounce, up 0.5%. And a retreat for Bitcoin today after that surging rally over the past couple of days. Bitcoin right now at 87,400. It is down by 0.7%. So stocks taking a breather today. Quincy Crosby is chief global strategist at LPL Financial. She says the rally was all the result of last week's election.
There is a sense that the economy is going to grow from here. Although, when we look at the markets, we have to accept the fact that how much growth do you really want? Do you want to incite inflation again?
Quincy Crosby of LPL Financial will have a whole lot more on the markets coming up in just a moment with our Abigail Doolittle. Elliott Investment Management has built a $5 billion plus position in Honeywell International and is pushing the industrials giant to pursue a breakup. Honeywell shares today are advancing by 2.2%. Recapping, S&P down 20, down 0.3%. Bitcoin today down 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. We're live from Washington on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, and we'll meet you here. Welcome to the Lame Duck. The Lame Duck Report will be casting about for the next several weeks here as lawmakers return to Washington with a pretty real to-do list here. We're going to fund the government beyond the 20th of December, so we'll have a nice Christmas Eve standoff on government funding. The Farm Bill's hanging out there, the NDAA, money for storm relief, etc., all as we wait to find out who controls the House. This is still up in the air, technically, although it seems everyone in Washington has essentially acquiesced to this being a Republican majority, albeit a very thin one. 16 races to be called, but don't really think of it that way. Republicans only need to win one more of the outstanding 7 uncalled House races to put this in the bag. So, yeah, it's going to take days, maybe even more weeks for California to finish this job. Presumably they'll have it done by the next election. But I think we can see where this is going. So can Speaker Mike Johnson. Republican leadership did hold a news conference coming back to Washington a short time ago on the steps of the U.S. House. Here he is.
Every single vote will count, because if someone gets ill or has a car accident or a late flight on their plane, that it affects the votes on the floor. So I think he and the administration are well in tune to that. I don't expect that we will have more members leaving, but I'll leave that up to him.
Enter Donald Trump, as we've just learned, reading this on the terminal, that Donald Trump is going to be on Capitol Hill tomorrow. He's coming to town. He'll be meeting with the Republican conference in the House. Going to be meeting with Joe Biden as well on the Oval, as we already told you. Megan Scully is going to be awfully busy, and I think already is, Bloomberg's Capital Influence team leader. She's essentially our Congress news editor, and there's a lot of Congress news. Megan, good to see you again.
Thanks for having me.
Just in terms of control of the chamber, are we kind of calling this over at this point, or you need to see a few more seats?
We need to see a few more seats. We at Bloomberg don't call it over until the Associated Press or 2 networks tell us it is over. So we will wait for that official call. But it is pretty much in the bag for Republicans. Yeah. So
do Democrats have a path? I mean, it would take a Christmas miracle, it seems like, to get this done.
I think it really would.
Okay.
So, you know, and you're seeing that with the parties sort of coalescing around where they are, but remember, Trump has now tapped 2 House members, Congressman Waltz to be National Security Advisor, and Congresswoman Elise Stefanik to be the UN General Assembly Ambassador. Right. So it is so that would temporarily decrease the size of their majority, because they need to have a special election to fill House seats. So it does get a little tricky, but certainly Hakeem Jeffries is not measuring the drapes in the Speaker's office right now.
Donald Trump wants to achieve what by coming by tomorrow? Are they going to establish the terms of what the next funding mechanism is going to be, how far they kick the can, or is there more to it than that?
So there's a little more to it than that. Tomorrow, both the House and the Senate will be doing their leadership races, and we're not expecting a big change in the House. We think that the current leadership structure with Speaker Johnson will remain pretty much intact. There are some things, though, that the House Republicans will be discussing tomorrow, including the rule on how many votes are needed or how many lawmakers are needed to overturn the Speaker.
Motion to vacate.
The motion
to
vacate.
So we are going to go there tomorrow. Does this potentially get rewritten?
We believe that they will be discussing rules. I don't know if we'll have a formal decision on that or a vote, but we could see that getting overturned after all of the messiness last year.
Kevin McCarthy will be so jealous if that happens. What else needs to be established? Committee chairs. We're going to have a couple of interesting and competitive situations here, assuming Republicans have the majority, with a real knockdown, drag out on the Financial Services Committee, and some familiar names who come on Bloomberg pretty often, including French Hill. How does the Trump victory color that competition, if at all?
So I think that it makes that position, even more important as Republicans are trying to assert themselves as we head into the tax debate, and certainly that falls under the Ways and Means jurisdiction, but Financial Services does have, a piece of that. That position, depending on who is in it, could, certainly sway what happens with crypto, which, we've seen the crypto markets kind of go wild since Trump's election. So it will be an important spot and one that we'll be watching closely.
Yeah, for sure. On the Senate side, quickly, any update on the leadership battle there? Rick Scott was emerging as the MAGA favorite earlier this week, but a lot of folks said it's still going to be an establishment figure on a secret ballot because it's the Senate.
It is a secret ballot. I think that is the key here. So even if Trump comes out with an endorsement today, which he has not done yet, we have the Elon Musk endorsement for Rick Scott. We do not have a Trump endorsement. That gives senators the ability to to vote their conscience here. The outcome of that vote, I think, will determine, whether the Senate is going to be a speed bump for the Trump agenda or not. John Thune has been, critical of the president in the past.
Yeah.
He's very pro-free trade and would not be happy with some of the tariffs that President-elect Trump is proposing. So that would certainly cause some tension.
This is going to be fun. Leadership vote tomorrow. We'll be talking about it a lot here on Balance of Power and across the day on Bloomberg. Megan Scully, thank you so much. Megan's team is in the throes of covering all of this on Capitol Hill as we speak. We mentioned quickly some of the names in the transition. We're going to get into that with Nancy Cook coming up. Right now, I want to look at the markets. Megan also mentioned crypto, which has been to the moon, essentially, since Donald Trump emerged as the victor last week. $87,000 for Bitcoin. The stock market, though, is sagging a bit today. And Bloomberg Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle joins us now from New York. Is this a bit of a breather here or give back day? Abigail, what's going on?
Absolutely. It's a bit of a breather, a pause in this Trump trade rally, the risk rally that we had start last Tuesday. Right now, we have the S&P 500 down about 0.4%, the NASDAQ 100 down just a little bit less. This is the worst day for the S&P 500, that super broad index that really measures the U.S. economy plus the sentiment of investors since October 31st. Between the election and yesterday, the index up about 5%, the best 5 days in more than a year, on excitement around certainty that we know who the next president is, and certainly around that Trump trade, the idea that the anticipated policies, potentially tax cuts, protectionism, and other such policies, as we saw before, will help the economy. Now, you're talking about crypto, because that's a big difference. In the last administration for President-elect Trump, he was not friendly toward crypto, but now we've seen a big change in stance around the crypto space. And because of that, over the last 5 to 6 days, we've had Bitcoin hit $90,000 per Bitcoin, right now up more than 35% from prior to the election. That's the degree of the excitement around what the Trump administration could mean for the crypto space. Today, pulling back just a little bit, but right now, Joe, it's interesting. Earlier down a couple percent. Right now, Bitcoin down just 0.7%. I will note it's a parabolic uptrend, and per physics, that will reverse at some point.
Per physics. Maybe like the China trade. Remember a couple of weeks ago, it was all about China stimulus. You couldn't buy enough Alibaba. Look at these stocks now, Abigail. Is it over?
Great point, Joe, because that was exactly the case. A few weeks ago, we had the idea that China stimulus was going to save the China economy and Chinese stocks, and we saw a 40% rally in about 2 weeks. And now we've had a tremendous amount of selling, and some of that selling ahead of the election. That was another way of looking at the Trump trade, because the expectation, of course, is the Trump administration will put tough tariffs on the Chinese economy, whether it's 60% or that maybe as a negotiating starting point it will be less, maybe it would be more. We don't know, but in any case, that anticipation showing up in Chinese stocks, the NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index created of those tech ADRs from China, right now down about 5%. But there's another way of looking at it here in the U.S., and that, of course, is the SOX, the chip index. Chips, many of those companies receive 20, 30, 50% or more of their revenue from China. That index is really underperforming, too, down 1.5% relative to the NASDAQ 100. Just, again, a little bit of a pause, down 0.3%. So investors anticipating maybe that tough on China stance.
Fascinating how much things have changed in 1 week, Abigail. Thank you so much. I think Abigail's officially part of the show now, right? Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg Markets correspondent on the Daily. Nancy Cook with us next on the transition and her eye on Mar-a-Lago, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lows of the session right now on the S&P 500 index after that torrid rally over the past couple of weeks. Right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Wall Street awaits key inflation data tomorrow and more clues about Donald Trump's transition to the presidency. So here's where we stand. S&P, as I mentioned, low of the day, 59.76, down 25, a drop right now of 0.4%. The Dow retreating as well, down 264 now, down 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 55, down 0.3%. And the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down by 1.6%. 10-year 4.43%, with the 2-year 4.34%. Gold down $25 the ounce, $25.93, down 1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 68.26 for a barrel of WTI. CEO of ExxonMobil, Darren Woods, is discouraging President-elect Donald Trump from withdrawing the U.S. from a landmark Paris Climate Pact, arguing it would mean forfeiting a chance to push for, quote, common sense carbon-cutting policy on the world stage. ExxonMobil shares, they're up right now by about 0.1%. OPEC cutting its oil demand growth forecast for this year. Crude, as we mentioned, trading higher by about 0.3%. ADRs of BP, though, down 2.75%. Chevron down 0.4%. And again, Exxon up by 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, and welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Thanks for joining here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. I know it's part of your routine because I see the numbers in there, and it's great to have you with us here in the studio. We'll welcome our global television audience coming up at the top of the hour as we play the name game. Remember when Donald Trump first won in 2016 and everybody had to go into the lobby of Trump Tower and awkwardly wait for the elevator to open so they could go upstairs for the audition? We don't have that this time. This is a whole different ballgame now as they huddle at Mar-a-Lago and choose some of the names that we've already received, but some big ones have yet to go. We talked about this yesterday, right? Senator Marco Rubio, state, which creates a whole fascinating story about that Senate seat in Florida. National Security Advisor, Representative Michael Waltz, Florida Republican, once again. Homeland Security, there's reporting on that. Bloomberg doesn't have it yet, but the governor of South Dakota is apparently in the mix. Stephen Miller gets a job again, immigration, by way of being a deputy chief of staff for policy. We talked about Tom Homan in the role he will play in the immigration space as well. Then there's EPA. Congressman Lee Zeldin, everyone started scratching their head. What experience does he have with the environment? The answer is loyalty. And he talked about this decision yesterday on Fox News. Listen.
One of the biggest issues for so many Americans was the economy, and the president was talking about unleashing economic prosperity. Through the EPA, we have the ability to pursue energy dominance, to be able to make the United States the artificial intelligence capital of the world, to bring back American jobs to the auto industry, and so much more.
Now, all these names are emerging, and we build out the next cabinet. Nancy Cook is living on the phone and going to Mar-a-Lago and doing great reporting, and she's with us right now at the table. Bloomberg senior national political correspondent. Great to see you. Thank you so much. This is go time, and reporting from Bloomberg would suggest we might know who the Treasury Secretary is next. Is that the next big hole to fill?
Yeah, Trump has been, so my sources tell me that President-elect Trump has been getting antsy to name the next Treasury Secretary. And so we had a story that posted yesterday that said that basically we expect that short list to really narrow by the end of this week and potentially to have a pick even as soon as today. I think that Trump has been moving much faster to make these picks than he did in 2016. I think that he has a much better sense of what he wants. There is a much sort of stronger process in place. Susie Wiles, his incoming chief of staff, ran his campaign for the last few years. They have a very good rapport. So I think things are just moving much faster. And, you already have state, they have not officially announced it yet, but my reporting from last night shows that, that's basically a done deal. And so the next big one after that is Treasury. And so that's really what I'm looking for this week.
We had a fascinating conversation with Scott Bessent here on the program a couple of weeks ago, trying to rationalize tax cuts and the implementation of tariffs. This is someone who really understands and can communicate the Trump orthodoxy on the economy. Is he the front runner?
He is definitely the front runner. I mean, John Paulson told the Wall Street Journal that he has sort of too many investments to actually divest to get it. Right. He was another name in the running. Howard Lutnick, who is helping to run the personnel process for the Trump team and is the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, has made some people angry in Trump's circle for just being sort of very public and giving radio interviews and talking about what jobs RFK is going to get and going up on stage at Madison Square Garden. So he, by virtue of just creating a spectacle, I think has made some people mad. And I think that the name that is left, who I think has played the game better, is Scott Bessent. And I talked to several sources this morning, and most people think that he is really the leading candidate at this point. He met with Trump on Friday, not for a formal interview for Treasury, but he also saw Trump this weekend. He is sort of camped out in Palm Beach at the ready, and Trump loves him. I traveled with Trump last week. Scott was with him for part of it. He mentioned Scott in rallies. He has really become a key advisor to Trump in a pretty short period of time.
Isn't that something? What's it like at Mar-a-Lago right now? Is it a celebration or is it a deliberation over who to pick and what to do next?
Well, Mar-a-Lago, as you know, is a social club, and so there are members. So people are still like swimming in the pool and eating dinner on the back patio.
How about Trump, though, in his circle?
Yeah, I mean, so Trump is in an office, going through the names. Howard Lutnick, who is head of personnel for the transition, had prepared all these PowerPoint presentations and these big lists of names, and next to each candidate was the name of the person who recommended them. Yeah. Trump, of course, is not following the process exactly to the T, and kind of doing it the way he wants to. But I think he already had some names in mind, and I think that that's part of why it's moving so quickly. I think he already had names in mind for some of these top jobs, but also I think we saw with Lee Zeldin, Elise Stefanik, he's trying to reward people who are loyal to him, particularly throughout his legal challenges.
She was the first, I believe, in Congress to endorse him. Right off the bat, we got that announcement. Is he concerned about thin Republican majorities on Capitol Hill? I mean, he's going to make Mike Johnson's life a lot more difficult here, isn't he?
Well, I think that I think the team has been weighing, making sure that they don't pick up too many Republican lawmakers for that reason. They don't want to empty the Senate and the House of sort of key Republicans. Right. And so I think that is, they're really cognizant of that as they're making those plays. The other thing I will just point out is that Susie Wiles is a longtime Florida operative, the incoming White House chief of staff, and I think that we're seeing her influence with picks like Marco Rubio, who is a former client of hers, Mike Waltz for National Security Advisor. These are people that she is close to who, I think she was advocating for.
It's really something, as you remember the formation of the first cabinet in 2016 and the differences that we're seeing here. We mentioned loyalty. Central casting is another big part of this. When you talk about Donald Trump not necessarily following the breadcrumbs that are in front of him, is he watching clips? Is he looking at headshots? What is his process?
Well, I think the part of the process for him is always how people present themselves on TV. Okay. And so sort of in addition to knowing who made the recommendation for each candidate, part of these PowerPoint visual presentations that he's looking at for each candidate are their media interviews, what they're like on TV. Yeah. I know, for instance, the Trump team thought that Scott Bessent's editorial in the Wall Street Journal about Trump's economic policies this week, they liked that. And so it's a big part of it is how are you going to sell his agenda?
So this is a big audition, sounds like, going on right now, more than an interview.
It is, but honestly, the big audition is not necessarily over these next few days or this week. It's been really the last 2 years. What have they done for him the last 2 years? And a lot of these people have been currying favor for the last year, either by going on the campaign trail with him, showing up at trials, doing fundraising and donor stuff like Scott Bessent has, or doing all of the above.
Secretary of Defense would be soon to follow, I presume. There are a lot of questions about the way Trump will approach the Pentagon and how many generals might be dismissed. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that one thing is that he feels very burned in his first term by his picks for both Secretary of Defense and Attorney General. And I think, traditionally state and Treasury are the plum, high-profile jobs that president-elects want to fill. But I think for Trump, who he picks for DOD and AG are also equally important. And he's really going to give a ton of weight and thought to those two positions because he feels like Jim Mattis, Secretary of Defense in the first term, and Jeff Sessions, who was his first Attorney General, did not serve him well, and he does not want to make those mistakes again.
He's coming to town tomorrow. You've been a White House correspondent, and you've covered Donald Trump on the trail. These two worlds collide in the Oval Office tomorrow. What is that conversation going to be like?
Well, I think he's gonna be. I mean, I don't know what Biden will be like, but I think that Trump is going to be thrilled, and he's going to take the opportunity to, show up and show that he beat Biden. He's going to be back in the Oval Office where he was. He's going to meet.
This could be demoralizing for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I mean, what I will be interested in is, does the White House, Trump will try to turn it into a spectacle. Yeah. He will try to take questions. He will try to sort of completely dominate that interaction. And what does the White House do to prevent that? And then he'll just be in D.C. also taking a victory lap. He's going to meet with Speaker Mike Johnson.
Yes, right.
He's going to meet with some House Republicans. So I think he's going to be around town, feeling good, gloating. I'm back, baby.
So take me to the Hill. Does he try to thumb the scale on Senate leadership, or is he just there to say, check me out, I won?
I think it'll be a little bit of both. He doesn't necessarily have to put an endorsement out, publicly. He could just sort of do it privately. But I think
that's why you go up there, isn't it?
There are, and there are allies in his circle that I think want him to put a thumb on the scale.
Rick Scott, that's his pick. That's the MAGA pick, at least.
Yeah, that's the MAGA pick.
Does he actually care? Doesn't he think he can kind of work with whomever's up there or influence whomever's up there?
Trump is the leader of the Republican Party at this point. And very clearly, he won resoundingly. I think whoever ends up in that position is probably not going to defy him a ton.
Yeah,
and I think that's what he's looking for.
Is the First Lady, is Melania Trump going to be living in the White House? Do we know?
I've asked people that. I was in Florida all last week, and I did casually say, is Melania going to be moving to Washington?
Yes.
And people would say to me, well, she needs to be around Barron in New York.
So this is going to look a little different than last time.
Well, I mean, Melania was never like a wildly present first lady. I mean, she was in Washington for good chunks of it, but she also spent big chunks of time at Bedminster or New York or Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. I mean, I doubt she moves to the White House, but, she never was a first lady who was out there on the campaign trail or things like that.
What are the odds? We only have a minute left. I'll totally put you on the spot. What are the odds someone with the last name Trump is the next senator from Florida?
I think unlikely.
Laura Trump, Ivanka Trump? No? Just curious.
No, I think it would go to someone else.
DeSantis has his own list?
Yeah, I could see. There's a bunch of surrogates in Florida. Byron Donalds, Matt Gaetz. I think one of them could get it.
Interesting. Keep us in mind next time you're at Mar-a-Lago. She's a news machine. It's great to see you, Nancy Cook. Watch for her stories. And when we get a Treasury announcement, you'll know Nancy was behind it. With great reporting here from Washington, thanks for joining us here on the fastest show in politics. We'll assemble our panel next, see what they think of some of the names that we're talking about here and what might happen in the lame duck session just getting underway today. They're back. Jeannie Shanzano and Chapin Fay in our panel coming up next right here on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that Value Act Capital Management has taken a $1 billion stake in Facebook parent Meta Platforms. That according to a source who says the stake is passive, and Value Act currently has no plans to launch an activist campaign at the company. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red right now, looking at a 21-point drop right now on the S&P 500 index to 59.79, down now by about 0.4%. The Dow down 260, a decline of 0.6%, and NASDAQ down 42, a decline of 0.2%. 10-year 4.43%, the 2-year 4.39%. Right now we have got the price of gold, spot gold, down 0.8%, $25.96 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $68.37 a barrel. And to be clear on the 2-year, 4.35% right now on the 2-year. Again, the 10-year, 4.43%. There is evidence suggesting Donald Trump's love of tariffs could be among the issues weighing on foreign investment in China. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Foreign companies pulled more money from China last quarter, even as Beijing rolls out programs to bolster the country's sagging economy. That's according to official Chinese data issued last week. There are doubts among investors about the girth of Beijing's stimulus plans. Foreign firms also face increasing competition from domestic companies, and there are prospects for an expanded U.S. trade war as Donald Trump prepares for a second term in the White House. Trump has dubbed himself Tariff Man. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
After earnings, Home Depot shares down 0.8%. Rival Lowe's also lower today by 1.4%. Hertz Global Holdings, after earnings, reporting a worse than expected loss as the rental car company continues to unwind a failed bet on Tesla electric vehicles. Today, we're looking at shares of Hertz Global up 0.9%, while Tesla is down by 4.6%. Coming up, 2 o'clock Wall Street time, we sit down for an interview with Jane Fraser, CEO of Citigroup. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, Charlie, thank you. Looking forward to the conversation with Jane Fraser again. That's 2 p.m. Wall Street time. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we keep the beat on politics here in a very important time in Washington as lawmakers come back to town for the start of the lame duck session that will include leadership elections for the next Congress, right? Who's the new Mitch McConnell? We're going to find out tomorrow. As we add another layer, Donald Trump is coming to town as well. Now, we knew he was going to be here to meet with Joe Biden. He'll be in the Oval Office at 11 o'clock in the morning. That should be a romp. I mean, they're going to sit down in the chairs in front of the fireplace, do the pool spray, have Donald Trump take questions, presumably. Whatever happens, we'll bring it to you here on Bloomberg. But that's not all. He goes to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue now to visit with the Republican conference in the House, to visit with Republican senators who tomorrow will be voting on their leaders. Not a lot of mystery in the House. Mike Johnson appears to be set to cling to his majority. He keeps his job. He already held a news conference today. The Senate, we have a bit more uncertainty here with Rick Scott, the MAGA favorite, running against John Thune and John Cornyn to be the next Republican leader, and they will also be the majority leader. Really important gig here. Donald Trump has not endorsed, but he will be in the Capitol tomorrow, which is the optics again here are going to be remarkable as we creep up on the next January 6th for the certification of the vote that will bring Donald Trump back into office. One thing he will note in the Senate is that we're done. All the races now have been called. We actually have numbers, 53 Republican seats, and I can tell you that because they called Arizona last night. The Associated Press calls it for Ruben Gallego, Democratic representative, who vanquished Kari Lake by not nearly as much as the polls at one time had shown. 3 points if you're with us on YouTube. You can see on your screen, he was leading her by double digits throughout the fall. And obviously the Republican strength we saw on election night mattered for him, even though he is going to be a member of the United States Senate now. So You were looking for ticket splitting on election night. Not a lot of places found it, but Arizona did, as we assemble our panel for their take on what's about to happen here. The next couple of days are going to be very newsy, which is why we're lucky to have Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Democratic analyst, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And Chapin Fay is back today, Republican strategist, founder of Lighthouse Public Affairs. Great to see you both with us. Chapin, I'll start with you, as this is a Republican moment to see the standard bearer of the party come to Washington tomorrow to meet not only with Donald Trump, but as I mentioned, try to thumb the scale a bit on Capitol Hill and greet members of the Republican conference. Let's start with what's going to happen at the White House tomorrow. What is Donald Trump's goal in this meeting, if not just to block out the sun?
Well, that is always his goal, right? But every opportunity he has here is to advance his agenda. I think this time around in his second White House, you have a much more skilled, experienced, professional team that's going to help him advance his agenda. So I think they're advising him, and I think this time he understands, right, that he has an epic opportunity, right? As you mentioned, this is a Republican moment. Flip the Senate, we're keeping the House. All three branches of government are conservative controlled. And he has an opportunity to do the things that he promised he would on the campaign trail. So I think that's what he's going to take every opportunity moving forward to do. You've seen some of the announcements on transition, all very, coming out very quickly, some historic picks. So I think you're seeing a different administration this time around already.
Jeannie, what's Joe Biden going to do tomorrow? I mean, does he just kind of sit back and watch this happen and take it away? Here's the keys. The press pool is yours. Or does he need to make a point when the cameras are in the Oval Office and make some news?
I don't think he will do anything that would make news in a way that was unexpected. I think he is doing the right thing, the gracious thing. You always invite your successor to the White House. One interesting note, we understand Melania Trump has rejected the invitation. She will not be coming with the president-elect to visit Joe Biden, but Donald Trump will be there, and I think we will see a gracious meeting between the two and a gracious passing of the torch. Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden has said he will attend the inauguration and he will leave Washington and try to ensure the most important thing that we all really need, which is a peaceful transfer of power from one party to the next.
Is that good enough for you right now, Jeannie, as a Democrat? I know that you're probably not going to love watching the transfer of power, peaceful as it may be, but Democrats are bending over backwards to make the point that they are bigger than this, and we will provide a peaceful transfer of power, and we will invite Donald Trump into the White House, if only to make an example for future generations. Is that good enough?
It's the right thing to do. And I am thrilled that we look like we're having a peaceful transfer of power and we had a transparent and fair election. That is most important. And, there are Democrats you hear on the ground, on social media and elsewhere, who wish that Democrats would fight back in the way they think Donald Trump did when he lost. But, smarter and more mature heads have to prevail. And leadership requires that when you lose, you accept it and you do so gracefully. And that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And that's what we should see from Republicans going forward as well.
Chapin, tell us what's going to happen here on Capitol Hill. Donald Trump's going to go up there tomorrow. He's going to meet with leadership. We have important leadership votes. You can weigh in on that if you want, but it's worth noting that we actually do now know what the balance of power will be, a majority of 53 right now that they've called Arizona for Ruben Gallego. How much bandwidth does that give the next president to actually pass some of the legislation, some of the ideas in the form of legislation that he's proposed, knowing he'll likely have a Republican House?
I think it gives him a wide open playing field, right? There are a few Republican members of the caucus who, are much more moderate or not necessarily super aligned with the Trump agenda. But there's only 2 or 3 of them, right? So if they act as a bloc, that's not enough. really to hold up the agenda. So I think he does have a much more comfortable, wider path to get what he needs done. I mean, again, like you said, this is a Republican moment, right? It is a clear governing mandate, and some of these Capitol Hill intra-party fights that are going to happen and votes that are going to happen are of outsized importance, because you need someone leading the Senate and the House who are going to help you and are aligned with your agenda, right? So if a bunch of Republicans who aren't aligned with the Trump agenda become elected to leadership positions, that could be an obstacle that is unnecessary right out of the gate. So he's looking to have a team of supporters in place.
You think John Thune is the next Senate leader? The fact that this is a secret ballot has caused many to be skeptical of this late surge for Rick Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a jump ball right now. Trump supporters and MAGA world is backing Senator Scott from Florida. And Josh Hawley has endorsed Cornyn, I believe, another conservative Trump-aligned endorsement for Cornyn. So it looks like, he may be in the lead right now as we talk about it. But again, you mentioned the secret ballot. It's really anyone's ball game because we're not going to know until we have a winner.
Talk to me about the Senate race in Arizona, Jeannie. This is one that Democrats thought they had in the bag. Democrats won it. Congressman Ruben Gallego becomes Senator Ruben Gallego. But boy, this was tight. Basically a 2-point race after a much wider margin showed up in the polls during the campaign cycle. How are you rationalizing that final result? And is this more a statement on Kari Lake than Republicans? Donald Trump won the state.
Well, it's a very important win for Democrats, and it is something that on a very difficult election day, we can say last week, that Democrats have to feel very good about how their senators or their senatorial candidates performed in the battleground states. So far, we have only seen the one loss, and that would be in Pennsylvania. Otherwise, Democrats on the senatorial level overperformed Kamala Harris enough to win. And so the last of these was Arizona, and that is a big win for Democrats. It is the highest number of ticket splitting we have seen between the Senate and presidential tickets in 12 years. And it is a warning sign to Republicans. Number one, they have to work quickly to pass the agenda that we were just talking about that Donald Trump wants to have, because in all likelihood, they have a much tougher race in 2026, not just in the House, but in the Senate. And they're going to have to try to figure out how to perform better in these purple states. They have a purple state problem on their hands, better than they did, obviously, in 2022 and 2020, but they have still not found how to win there. And Democrats, by the same token, have to look at these wins and say, how did a Ruben Gallego do this? Because he won despite the fact this was the swing state that Donald Trump won by almost 6 points. Yeah. And so he was able to do that. Democrats have to take a lesson from that, as well as the other swing states like Michigan, Wisconsin, where they performed equally well.
Well, he's a veteran, and he wasn't afraid to talk about the border. I'd be curious your take on this, Chapin, because Kari Lake rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in Arizona. Not just the Stop the Steal stuff, but her, constant insulting of John McCain and other members of the party there. Was this more a statement on her, or more of the successful message brought by Ruben Gallego?
I think it's a little different. I think the lesson for both Republicans and Democrats was the strength of the Trump agenda, what voters were actually voting for. I mean, you saw, which I think was stunning, a couple of weeks ago or months ago, late in the cycle, that Democrat incumbent senators were sort of running towards Trump, right, putting his agenda in their ads. I think that betrayed a weakness in the Harris campaign, a structural weakness, because they were seeing something. But I think it just shows that, for the ticket splitters too, right? I think it shows that some of these candidates aligned with, the Democrats aligned with some of the Trump messaging, which we saw in other states as well. And again, candidates matter. Right. So Democrats did overperform in certain areas down ballot, right, in multiple states. It wasn't, a complete and utter landslide up and down the ballot. So Democrats did have some bright moments, and that was one of them.
Republicans could have won that with a different candidate, is your point, yeah?
Well, I don't want to speculate one way or the other. You're never going to know. We could play that game all day. But I do think that you saw a lot of Democrat senators or candidates running strong towards Trump rather than the other way. And I think that's one of the stories of this election.
Well, if we have established one thing here, I hope it's that tomorrow is going to be absolutely fascinating in optics. They're going to last some time here in Washington as Donald Trump makes his return to the White House, makes his return to Capitol Hill. Our panel stays with us. They'll be back in hour 2. Jeannie Shanzano and Chapin Fay, a great conversation as we also welcome our global television audience to the conversation about 5 minutes from now. So you do want to stay with us here on the fastest show in politics. Much more to follow in our next hour. Kaylee Lyons is back, and Audra Gillespie will join us as well from the Department of Political Science at Emory University. Her take on the aftermath of the election and what's next on Capitol Hill on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.,
Trump 2.0 begins to take shape. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as more jobs are filled in the next Trump administration, just as the lame duck session begins in Congress. We're back in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, and glad you're with us here on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, great to have you back, too. Tomorrow's going to be something. Donald Trump will also be back in town, not only to meet with Joe Biden in the Oval Office, but he's going up to the Hill as well.
Yep, going to be meeting with House Republicans, assuming at this point that the Republicans are likely to retain the majority. So first he'll talk with lawmakers, perhaps game plan for what happens when the 119th Congress actually begins before he heads to the White House on his own. No Melania Trump with him for this meeting with President Biden.
The optics are going to be something.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming they sit down and do the pool spray in front of the fireplace, take questions. Curious to imagine exactly what Joe Biden will say in that encounter.
Well, keeping in mind, we did not see an encounter like this between the two of them in 2020 after Biden defeated Trump. Biden was not afforded this same opportunity to visit with the incumbent president at the White House. So we could get some drama. It's unclear at this time whether we will, but we could get more headlines as well as we're learning more and more about what the Trump cabinet ultimately will look like, with many questions, especially for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, surrounding who the likely Treasury Secretary will be.
We could find that out as soon as today. Apparently there is a drive in Trump camp to get that box checked. Saleha Mosin will join us a little bit later on. And Andra Gillespie from Emory University coming back. We spoke with her just before the election and how the pieces fell. It'll be interesting. They just called the Senate race in Arizona, so we're done there. And now we're just waiting for them to call the House.
Indeed. And we're still playing a waiting game. So while we do so, let's check on the markets with Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Kaylee. Welcome back. We have got stocks not only trading lower, but just about the lows of the day right now, right to the numbers, because here's where we stand. A lot of red on the screen on this Tuesday. A week after the election, we got the S&P down 39, drop there of 0.6%. Dow Industrials down 372, drop there of 0.8%. While NASDAQ, the composite index, right now down 122, drop there of 0.6%. 10-year, 4.42%, with the 2-year, 4.34%. Gold down $21 the ounce, $25.97, a drop right now of 0.8%. An advance for West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 68.36 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down 1.1% after the surge over the past couple of days. Bitcoin at 87,073 right now. Sources tell Bloomberg Value Act Capital Management has taken a $1 billion stake in Facebook parent Meta Platforms. Right now, Meta is little changed, up less than 0.1%. This on a day that Elliott Investment Management has built a $5 billion plus position in Honeywell and is pushing the industrials giant to pursue a breakup. On a down day for the rest of the market, HON Honeywell is advancing today. Right now, we got Honeywell up by about 2.9%. So again, recapping here, a rally that drove stocks to a series of records, running out of steam with the S&P down 37 right now, down 0.6%. 10-year, 4.42%. Bitcoin down 0.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, keeping track of the financial markets. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we are keeping track of the transition, which seems to be picking up its pace here as Donald Trump has been announcing more and more people who will either serve in his cabinet or be close to him during his second administration. Some, of course, being tapped for positions that don't require Senate approval and confirmation, but the cabinet is going to be especially interesting here as we consider who the big players will be around the table with him, and especially as we consider the Treasury Secretary potentially, knowing that someone actually took themselves out of the running today. John Paulson, in a statement, said it would be too financially complicated given his complex financial obligations for him to serve in this role, which does seem to be shortening the list. And Bloomberg is reporting today, our colleagues Saleha Mosin and Jenny Leonard, that topping the list potentially, at least to some Trump advisors who are pushing for this, would be Scott Bessent of Key Square Group, the macro hedge fund. Remember, we spoke with him on this program before the election. Take a listen to part of our conversation.
He has a deep understanding of financial markets as opposed to most politicians. So he wants to be involved in the conversation. He has very well-formed opinions. He has a lot of private sector friends. So he just wants to be a voice.
Let's Before we start our conversation with Bloomberg senior Washington correspondent Saleha Mosin, of course, host of the Big Take DC podcast, something we talk about with Saleha pretty often here. She's also spearheading our coverage of the transition. In time to name names, Saleha, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Did we just see the next Treasury Secretary there?
Maybe we did. According to our reporting here at Bloomberg, it looks like most of Trump's key advisors are supporting Scott Bessent for the job of Treasury Secretary, but Trump himself has not weighed in. He has not made a decision.
Well, but he has heralded Bessent repeatedly on the campaign trail, calling him out at rallies, that kind of thing. We understand that these two are actually quite close. So I wonder why this is taking so long, given Trump has already announced many others. If it were obvious that it would be Bessent, would we know that already?
I guess so. I mean, we all want to know desperately. Obviously, we are Bloomberg, but at the same time, Marco Rubio for Secretary of State, that has not been announced, right?
Fair.
So we're still waiting on a couple that have been floated, soft floated, air tested, who knows, whatever you want to call it, but they have not been formally announced. And who knows how things are panning out at Mar-a-Lago, whether they want to float names, see what happens, or call people down for interviews, or if advisors are just getting ready for if Donald Trump, President-elect Donald Trump says, who do you think I want for this? We have our ducks in a row. We know what we want to tell you.
It's moving pretty quickly this time. I was recalling in our last hour the Apprentice-style walk we saw in 2016. Everybody had to go in the lobby of Trump Tower, awkwardly wait for the elevator, choose to say something to a reporter if they wanted to, and then go do the audition or the interview. We're rolling them out pretty quickly this time, a much more concerted and deliberate process, it feels like.
Well, so far, it's pretty organized.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's a reflection of how the campaign itself was, much more organized compared to Trump's efforts in 2016 and in 2020. We have the first female White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who was overseeing much of his campaign, and she has really kept things organized, including the number of leaks.
Well, so as we consider the names that have been whether leaked out or actually outright confirmed, they do include, and you mentioned Marco Rubio, which hasn't been confirmed by the president-elect yet. They include a lot of current members of the House or the Senate. Elise Stefanik tapped for UN ambassador, Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida for a national security advisor, and then, of course, Senator Rubio. Should we expect more of the picks that are announced going forward to come from Congress, or is he not going to want to pull too much out of what looks like it could be a very narrow majority in the House, at least?
Look, just speculation on my part, looking at the information that we have in front of us, if there's a narrow majority in the Senate for Republicans, they're only going to want to pull senators from the chamber if they can reliably replace that Senate seat with a Republican. So I think that there is an air of caution of how many to pull. We don't know what the margin is for the House side, but we did see the National Security Advisor is coming from the House. So maybe there's a little bit more wiggle room there.
Is there a hope that this cabinet stays together longer than the original one? It does seem like there is some consistency here in bringing in loyalists, also checking the box of central casting that we know Donald Trump likes to check, but not to have the revolving door that they experienced the first time around.
Yeah, it would be great for all of us if there's not the same revolving door. It would be great for markets and economic policy. Last time around, we saw the Treasury Secretary, then it was Stephen Mnuchin. He stuck by for 4 years. That gave a lot of stability to economic policy. Let's see if we get the same thing. I mean, this time around, if we can have a Secretary of State who stays, there was high turnover in that slot and White House Chief of Staff. Now, if we're looking at how things have run so far in 2024 with Susie Wiles, maybe we will see more stability.
Well, and Susie Wiles, as I alluded to earlier, one of the folks that isn't going to require confirmation from the Senate, just like Stephen Miller, who we understand has been tapped for Deputy Chief of Staff for policy. But this is really just putting him in a position to help influence policy, especially when it comes to the border and immigration.
Absolutely. All of these jobs come with great big titles. A lot of them do have firm job descriptions, but a lot of it, especially the roles that don't need Senate confirmation, like White House Chief of Staff or Deputy Chief of Staff, there's a lot of leeway on what kind of job description you want to have, what you go in with, and what your boss ultimately gives you.
All right, Bloomberg's Saleha Mosin. You can check out all of her reporting on this transition on the Bloomberg terminal or online. Thank you so much for joining us. And it's remarkable to consider here, Joe, as Donald Trump has alluded to the fact that he sees himself as coming to this office a second time around with even more of a mandate than he perhaps had before, having won, of course, the popular vote and also having at least the Senate backing him in addition, potentially, to the House once we know whether or not that's called, which just speaks to the fact that while we expected this race to be close, and in a lot of ways it was, it also brought with it a full red sweep.
Well, that's for sure. A red sweep that we can now quantify almost entirely. We're still waiting for the House, and they could be just as little as one race away, as a matter of fact. With the 7 contested seats left, Republicans need to turn one. We actually have more like 15 that have yet to be called, but that's how razor-thin things are in the House. And when Donald Trump is up there tomorrow, I suspect he's going to be talking about the leadership battles that we're about to endure. The vote set for Wednesday. Mike Johnson probably comfortable where he is. The question is, who replaces Mitch McConnell?
Yeah. Is it going to be a John Thune or John Cornyn, or perhaps could it be the dark horse candidate Rick Scott that it does seem those close to Trump are now pushing for? We're going to have to wait to find out, but we didn't want to wait to touch back in with Andra Gillespie of Emory University. She, of course, is an associate professor in the Department of Political Science. We were checking in with her frequently throughout this election cycle and want to check back with her now as we continue to do the postmortem here. Andra, welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. While Joe is right to point out, we don't for sure know that the House is going to be still a Republican majority, and we still got to get a few more race calls, but it is the prevailing wisdom that Republicans will be able to keep a narrow hold on that chamber. So I wonder what that says to you, that it wasn't just the presidency, but the entirety of Congress potentially that swept one way here.
Well, I mean, this is clearly still a divided country. So if we're looking at the margins, not just by which President Trump won and the margins in the swing states, but we're also looking at what the legislative majorities look like in both the House and the Senate. And I'm certainly anticipating that Republicans are going to retain control of the House. We're still looking at very narrow legislative majorities, which suggests, one, our country is still polarized. And what it also suggests is that the governing coalition is going to have to maintain discipline in order to be effective. And if they cannot maintain discipline, there are going to be ways for Congress to still be at a standstill. So, you can't just blame it on having the president of one party and having one chamber in Congress being controlled by the other for there to be a legislative stalemate. There's still the possibility for that. It's really going to come down to management, and it's going to come down to the ideas and the policies that are being presented.
Well, as Republicans choose their leaders this week, and I don't think we'll have too many surprises, if any, on the House side, Andra, I wonder what the strategy conversation is today between Hakeem Jeffries, Pete Aguilar, and Catherine Clark. The Democratic leadership in the House remains in the minority. What's their plan?
I think what they may be considering is how much to push back and when to fight their battles. Donald Trump certainly has a mandate. He has a bigger mandate because he won the popular vote and not just the Electoral College in this election. But again, it's a narrow mandate. And I think what Democrats may decide to do is to stand back and let Republicans govern, and let's see if the ideas actually hold merit, if they can get through Congress and get signed by the president, and also when implemented, if they actually do work for the American people. If they are perceived as being antagonistic or opposing all things, and not just voting against it, which I expect Democrats to do, but vociferously coming out and attacking everything, it might actually take attention away from the merits of the policies themselves. And if these policies prove to not actually be good for the American people, then the Democrats have their talking points. See, we let Republicans reign and govern in an unfettered kind of way, and the policies that they put forward were disastrous for the American people. So I suspect that they're trying to figure out when is the right time to push back, especially if it involves preserving institutions. But, when do they allow bad policies to come forward so that the American people can see that those policies might not actually be advantageous towards all American people, and including some of the people who voted for Donald Trump. I think that that's probably the direction in which they're headed.
Well, so as we consider those people who voted for Donald Trump, Andra, obviously nothing is monolithic, but we've spent a lot of time talking about the swing we saw toward him in specific demographic groups, including Latinos, some portion of Black men as well. It is the Republican Party that seems like it is attracting more people into a larger tent, one could argue. I wonder what you make of the fact, though, that kind of wider coalition, more multicultural, multi-ethnic coalition doesn't necessarily seem to be manifesting itself in the same way as Donald Trump selects those who will be closest to him as he actually serves as president. Other than Marco Rubio, the people who have been named so far and those we understand to be on the short list, we're talking about a lot of white people.
Well, if you go back and you look at what his cabinet and cabinet equivalent appointments looked like in his first term, he had Nikki Haley and he had Ben Carson. And then if we look at the number of women, we also saw that compared to the Obama, Bush, Clinton administrations, he had far fewer women in positions of leadership. So you can look at people like Nikki Haley or Kirstjen Nielsen, among others who were able to serve Linda McMahon, excuse me, in positions of power. He hasn't had time to announce his full cabinet slate, so I'll wait to see what the diversity looks like. Marco Rubio is certainly, if he is in fact the designee to be Secretary of State, is certainly a historic choice. He would be the first Latino in this position. I think that it is certainly remarkable in terms of descriptive representation. Susie Wiles' choice is certainly a descriptively representative choice. I think we need to give him time to see how much more diverse it looks. I don't think I'm holding my breath to see if it's going to match the diversity of the Biden or the Obama or the Clinton administrations or even the Bush administrations. But I think that I'm expecting to see a little bit more descriptive diversity amongst the cabinet level picks.
Professor, Donald Trump's coming to town tomorrow. He's going to meet with Joe Biden in the Oval Office. I suspect the optics will be fascinating. Should Joe Biden remind Donald Trump or the reporters in the room that he was not afforded such an invitation 4 years ago?
I don't know what would be gained by bringing that up. I mean, it's certainly a sign of graciousness. I expect that reporters are going to, and analysts are going to make that particular observation. I think this, might be an opportunity for President Biden to talk about how important it is for democracies to have smooth transitions, for losers to accept their defeat gracefully. And by just demonstrating and modeling that, in some ways it might be an indictment of how poorly the last transition was.
Well, fair enough, and they have pledged to make this transition go more smoothly this time around. Andra, finally, before we let you go, of course, the way in which Donald Trump views his mandate here is one that could be potentially much more solid and broader, considering he did claim victory in every single swing state that we were watching, including your state of Georgia. And you know Georgia politics incredibly well. And I wonder, as we can cast forward to 4 more years from now, even 2 more years from now in the midterms, if this was decisive or if Georgia is still going to be swingy in the elections moving forward, knowing that the blue wall, for example, didn't look so blue this time around. In fact, it looked very, very red.
Well, I think, Donald Trump certainly has a mandate, but I think that some of his new supporters are conditional supporters, and they want to see that he makes good on his promises, which probably factored more into the impressions of improving the economy and lowering inflation than it did on some of the other tenets of his platform. We can already see his immigration policy taking shape, and I think voters, supporters, and opponents are going to look to see how efficacious his policies are. He might be able to maintain or broaden that base if he does it, if he does a good job, but if he doesn't, he might lose some of those supporters. And as far as Georgia is concerned, I think it's important to keep in mind that Kamala Harris lost the state by a margin of about 2.5 percentage points. That's half the margin by which Hillary Clinton lost in 2020. So while the fundamentals of the state of Georgia still favor Republicans, they're favoring them by slimmer margins. And I think 2024 was kind of evidence of the fact that Georgia is still much more competitive than it was 20 years ago.
Andra, it's great to have you back. Andra Gillespie, Emory University Associate Professor in the Department of Political Science, with us just 1 week after the election. We'll assemble our panel next. Lot to talk about on the transition coming up with Jeannie Shanzano and Chapin Fay right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks bouncing off the bottom, but still losses on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now, right to the numbers, with the S&P down 28.59.73, trading below 6,000. The S&P down by 0.5%. Dow Industrials lower as well, down 322 right now, down 0.7%. NASDAQ down 70, drop there of 0.4%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares retreating as well, leading the way lower, down 1.7%. 10-year at 4.42%, with a 2-year 4.34%. Gold down $18 the ounce. Spot gold 2,600 even, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude 68.33 a barrel, up 0.4%, while Bitcoin now slumping by 0.2%, 87,904 on Bitcoin. CEO of ExxonMobil, Darren Woods, is discouraging President-elect Donald Trump from withdrawing the U.S. from the landmark Paris Climate Pact, arguing that would mean forfeiting a chance to push for, quote, common sense carbon-cutting policy on the world stage. Coming up at 2 o'clock Wall Street time, we've got a sit-down with Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser. And then coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, 4:07 Wall Street time, we've got Delta CEO Ed Bastian. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index down 31 now, drop there of 0.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew with some breaking official news in just the last few minutes. We already knew it based off of people familiar with the matter, but Donald Trump is now making it official. He's named Florida Congressman Mike Waltz as his national security advisor, releasing a statement in which he says, in part, Mike has been a strong champion of my America First foreign policy agenda and will be a tremendous champion of our pursuit of peace through strength. And Joe, this is, of course, just another selection that broadly is painting a picture, not only the doubling down on the America First agenda and those close to it. You could say the same through the selection of Congresswoman Elise Stefanik to UN Ambassador, and Marco Rubio, we understand, going to be tapped for Secretary of State. But peace through strength, America First is a common thing. And, of course, loyal to Trump tops that list of
big time
attributes as well.
This is a retired Special Forces officer, been in the House since 2019, has been a fierce critic of Joe Biden's foreign policy. And so here we are here with one more blank to be filled. We got a bunch of them yesterday as well. Several, not just Congressman Waltz, several from the House of Representatives, where we've got a very thin majority here once again for Speaker Mike Johnson. But Lee Zeldin also came up here. It wasn't just Elise Stefanik to the UN, Lee Zeldin to the EPA, raising a lot of questions about what experience he has helping to manage the environment.
Well, the answer to that question is not a ton, but it does seem that this is, at least he was trying to frame it as, more of an economic appointment than anything else, as Donald Trump has talked consistently about helping the economy through lowering energy costs and unleashing oil and gas as well. It makes you wonder what kind of policy and regulatory frameworks we're going to be getting out of the EPA under this administration.
Yeah, to Kaylee's point, Congressman Zeldin spoke to this on Fox News from an economic perspective. Here's what he said.
One of the biggest issues for so many Americans was the economy, and the president was talking about unleashing economic prosperity. Through the EPA, we have the ability to pursue energy dominance, to be able to make the United States the artificial intelligence capital of the world, to bring back American jobs to the auto industry, and so much more.
Let's assemble our panel for their take on some of the appointments. The transition is now in full speed, and we have Jeannie Shanzano, of course, Democratic analyst and Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, Chapin Fay, Republican strategist and founder of Lighthouse Public Affairs. Great to see you both. Jeannie, what's your thought on not only the broad scope of the appointments that we've heard so far, but specifically Congressman Zeldin, when it comes to the EPA, I realize there's a loyalty test here, but should any of these individuals have areas of expertise that pertain to the agencies they're running?
It's interesting because one of the things we heard from the transition team was they were going to prioritize loyalty and competency. And of course, there is no question Lee Zeldin is competent in a number of ways. He simply, though, does not have a background in this area, but he is appointed, as we understand from what they have said, because he aligns, he's not only loyal, but he aligns with Donald Trump on what Donald Trump would like most of all to happen with the EPA, which is moving towards deregulation and also rolling back, importantly, fossil fuel regulations. And so to your and Kaylee's point, in this way, he definitely lines up with where Trump and the Republican Party are headed on this. He just doesn't come with the expertise we might normally expect in an EPA director. But of course, Donald Trump doesn't do anything you'd expect. So from that perspective, it's in keeping with his appointments by and large.
Well, so Chapin, as we look at the list of names we know to this point, whether they've been confirmed by the Trump campaign or just sources are indicating that's the way things are going, are there any that concern you with a lack of expertise or competency in the required area? Or do you think by and large the transition shaping up okay so far?
I think by and large it's shaping up okay, and I would use Congressman Zeldin as an example. I would argue that he does have some environmental bona fides. His district, one of the few in the country that you have to take a ferry to get to election districts, has all sorts of environmental issues, from brownfields to New York's Governor Hochul's whole wind platform is based off the South Shore. There's the fishing industry. Again, a lot of environmental cleanup, fights over the East Hampton Airport that's, critics are saying are noise pollution from helicopters and poisoning the ground out there. So I would argue that his district, who goes from rural to beach to farms to urban, gives him a pretty good platform, more so than other people from Congress across the country for the EPA. And again, I think it is a business type appointment, and he's going to strike the right balance between the environment and business.
Well, how does that work, Jeannie? How do you find or unleash, in his words, economic prosperity through the EPA? Is that the charge of that agency?
It is Donald Trump's charge to the agency. And he, to his credit, he has been very, very clear about this, is that he feels that this is what has been missing in the United States economically over the last 4 years. Certainly, he felt like he was moving in this direction. So he has charged Lee Zeldin, and I would suspect everyone else who he is appointing, that he is going to be focused, in addition to immigration, #1 on energy. And the issue of drilling and fossil fuel reigns large for him. Whether he can see that through is a whole nother question. But this is what he promised during the campaign very clearly. And now we have an appointment with somebody who has said that they can deliver on that.
Well, so as we consider the appointments that aren't necessarily confirmed yet, Jeannie, including that of Senator Marco Rubio of Florida being tapped for Secretary of State, I do wonder your feelings as a Democrat on this. Could Donald Trump have made a poor choice? Is that actually one that Democrats might find some comfort in when they're considering the future of foreign policy of the U.S.?
I think so far his appointments have not been particularly unexpected, nor has he made a choice that I think Democrats will line up in droves to object to. It is interesting to see the talk of Marco Rubio. We don't know yet, along with Mike Waltz, suggests that Susie Wiles is playing a big role here. These are two people she has worked closely with. And of course, Rubio, we don't have confirmed yet. Also important to remember as he continues, at least so far, to take some folks out of the House, is that while Donald Trump won a big victory on Tuesday, he comes with arguably one of the narrowest House majorities for Republicans in history. So, he's got to be very careful there. We heard Mike Johnson say that on the steps today. But by and large, I think these are people who know Washington, and the ones that are going to go up for confirmation will likely pass given the majority in the Senate. And of course, Donald Trump has said we need to make appointments during recess if they have a danger of not passing. So he's already, suggesting that if we can't get him through confirmation, we got to do recess appointments. So he is playing those odds already.
Well, we're talking today about the start of the lame duck session, the return of lawmakers to Washington, and there's a loud conversation happening in progressive quarters here, Chapin, about Trump-proofing, as some call it, government, and some of the specific examples having to do with legislation passed by Joe Biden and Democratic lawmakers. Pramila Jayapal, the outgoing chair of the Progressive Caucus, says a lot of things can be undone, but it can take longer to undo them and would force a priority from them on what they want to focus on. They're preparing a raft, as we read today in Axios, of executive orders that President Biden could issue on his way out here to protect, quote, existing structures, such as shielding career civil servants and Justice Department officials. Can this come together in the short amount of time they have?
We'll never say never, but I just don't, I don't think the Progressive Caucus really was wagging the dog with the Biden administration from the get-go. So I don't know that at the end, Joe Biden's going to have that kind of appetite, particularly since some on the right of the aisle have seen him, we have interpreted him as sort of maybe enjoying this moment a little bit too much after Harris has lost. So I don't know that there's an appetite for Joe Biden to sort of, do a flurry of executive orders that is going to make it difficult for President Trump, the incoming president, to get his agenda done. I do see some compromise there where maybe there's a few things that he does, but I don't see any sort of major or wholesale operation from Joe Biden to trip up the incoming administration. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, and as we consider what the next administration is going to look like, we've been talking a lot about how Donald Trump is likely, Chapin, going to have the cooperation of Congress, with the Senate at least, and very likely a narrow majority in the House. But we saw how difficult that narrow majority has been over the last 2 years for the Republican conference to navigate. Do you have confidence it will be different this time around? And if it's different, what exactly about it will be?
Well, I think there's going to be fewer members who are willing to gum up an entire piece of legislation along partisan or ideological lines, right? I think Trump won in a overwhelming, or Republicans led by Trump won in an overwhelming way on Election Day. And I think Republicans within the caucus may grumble about getting some more stuff for their district or something like that, or shaping bills and shaping the policy. But I think you're going to see that he's going to be able to do the things that he needs to do, even with a small majority in the House.
All right, Chapin Fay, thank you so much for joining us. Republican strategist, of course, and founder of Lighthouse Public Affairs, together with Jeannie Shanzano, Democratic strategist and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our political panel today. Thank you both so much. And we mentioned, Joe, that we're still awaiting firm confirmation of some of these picks, including Secretary of State selection, potentially, of Senator Marco Rubio. Another one we should mention as well that's been reported by other outlets, not us here at Bloomberg, is Kristi Noem.
That's right.
For the Department of Homeland Security.
According to CNN, I'd be very curious to see an official statement on this.
Yeah.
It was leading a lot of newscasts last evening, but it does remind us that they have a long list of names for a lot of jobs, and they're not waiting around to start matching names with positions here, even if they're floating balloons. We're going to know pretty quickly who's going to be in a lot of these positions to fill out the cabinet.
Remarkable to think Election Day was just a week ago.
A week ago today.
How
Imagine where we were then.
Has already changed since then. Of course, we've had that covered for you. We will continue to do so with much more still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the red, but off session lows right to the numbers. S&P down 20 now, 59.80, down 0.3%. Dow Industrials lower by 258. On the Dow, a drop now of 0.6%, while NASDAQ is down 44. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.2%. 10-year 4.42%. Gold down $22 the ounce, down 0.8%. Crude West Texas Intermediate up 0.2%. Bitcoin up now by 0.7%, 88,670. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, and thank you for being with us here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington with breaking news from the Trump camp with another appointment here we did not see coming today. As we keep trained on openings on the cabinet, it's an ambassadorial role that emerges with a statement from the former president, now the president-elect, pleased to announce that the former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, will be the next U.S. ambassador to Israel. Donald Trump writes, Mike has been a great public servant, governor, leader in faith for many years. He loves Israel and the people of Israel, and likewise, the people of Israel love him. This just emerging, Kaylee, a day after Elise Stefanik was tapped to be U.S. ambassador to the UN.
Yeah, of course, Congresswoman Stefanik has been a vocal proponent of pro-Israel policy. I think many would remember her questioning the presidents of some of the universities that were dealing with protests over this past year. So you certainly are seeing a very pro-Israel batch of people selected to help represent the United States and, frankly, Israel's interest in some of these bodies. Trump in that statement saying that Mike will work tirelessly to bring about peace in the Middle East, which does once again raise the question how the Trump administration will be approaching bringing an end to this war, and not only this war, but others as well, including the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, it's interesting as well to learn this the same day that Axios reports Ron Dermer was at Mar-a-Lago to meet with Donald Trump. So this is taking shape as we speak, not just domestically, but when it comes to foreign policy. And some of the questions that we see around the House of Representatives, you mentioned Congresswoman Stefanik, potentially making Mike Johnson's job a little bit more difficult with what appears to be, it's not yet official, but a relatively thin Republican majority, much like he's had since he got the gavel.
Yeah, that's what has made policymaking and legislating on the Hill so difficult over the course of the 118th Congress, is there just wasn't really much room for error. That certainly could be so. We still have, of course, more votes to be counted in a number of states, including California. But Republicans at this point just need to pick one of 7 remaining toss-ups. If they pick that up, that would get them to the 218 required to get the majority. The question is how much wiggle room are they going to have? This is something that Speaker Johnson was talking about on Capitol Hill as lawmakers returned to Washington today.
Every single vote will count, because if someone gets ill or has a car accident or a late flight on their plane, that it affects the votes on the floor. So I think he and the administration are well in tune to that. I don't expect that we will have more members leaving, but I'll leave that up to him.
So we want to go now to Capitol Hill, where we're joined by Bloomberg Government's Jack Fitzpatrick here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Jack, welcome back. I'm sure it feels good to be back after the long election and campaign recess. Certainly there is no time to waste for Republicans on the Hill, especially who have leadership elections tomorrow. Perhaps there's not going to be any drama. Speaker Johnson does seem set to keep his job, assuming the majority is retained. But what's going to happen in that Senate vote?
Yeah, the Senate is going to be a lot more interesting between the 3 members running for it, John Thune, John Cornyn, and Rick Scott. You may have seen Rick Scott responding to Trump's demand for recess appointments to rapidly get people confirmed without having to go through the traditional Senate confirmation process. Scott said he 100% agrees. There may be a bit of a debate over the Senate's role to advise and consent on that. And as members come back into the Capitol today, we'll probably get a little more feedback on the direction of that race. But you're right that Senate Republican leadership race appears to be much closer than anything in the House. The Speaker looks safe compared to, I mean, really, it was kind of considered a given that if they keep the majority, Speaker Johnson is in a pretty good spot. So the intrigue is more on the Senate side at this point.
So what's on the agenda for the lame duck here, Jack? We know that lawmakers have to fund the government beyond December 20th, and you can probably add some color to that. We are hearing maybe March now. They kick the can into the spring to buy some time. There's also the NDAA. There's also the matter of a farm bill, and I wonder if you see that getting any love or if they kick the can on the farm bill as well.
So the NDAA probably is the top priority for what they want to actually fully accomplish by the end of the calendar year. That tends to be a very high priority. The Farm Bill has been moving slowly. I know they're trying to get things together on that. There's been some discussion about whether they could, if that gets delayed, if they could take portions of the Farm Bill and actually put it into a reconciliation package, which would be alongside a tax bill later next year. So we have a little more work to do to figure out exactly what's going to happen with the Farm Bill. The last I've heard on government funding as of yesterday, according to a House Republican leadership aide, the expectation is they're going to kick the can with a stopgap into March. That's important not just because of the prospect of delaying government funding, but if they give the incoming Trump administration a deadline early on to avoid a shutdown, that could very well interfere with that major tax bill. It could interfere with the process of getting cabinet appointees confirmed by the Senate. So it would be a big risk for Republicans to try to set up a shutdown fight that early in a presidential administration. But that is what we've heard is the expectation, at least on the House side at this point.
Fascinating, as always. It's great to have you back on the Hill. Jack Fitzpatrick, reporting for Bloomberg Government. We'll be spending a lot more time with Jack as we get into that appropriations process and the stopgap funding bill that he mentions. But since we're talking about the Farm Bill, among other matters, we're pointed directly to an important conversation with Matt Karstens, the CEO of Landis, a farming collaborative that will be impacted by policy here in Washington. And Kaylee, it's one of the opportunities that we love to take to leave the bubble here and talk to a stakeholder that will be impacted here beyond politicos in Washington. Matt, welcome. It's great to have you with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Donald Trump says the word tariff is his favorite word in the dictionary. He calls it beautiful. How do farmers feel about it?
Well, you know, that's a complicated topic, as we all know. You know, agriculture really relies partially on exports and making sure that the goods our farmers produce, whether it's protein, grains, has an international market. So what I would say is, you know, although there's a lot of complexity to a tariff, what we can always hope is that the farmer has a seat at that table. The voice of agriculture is being heard because, you know, they are the ones that with rural that helped elect him the first time, helped on this re-election, and they need to be at that table to make sure that we're finding the right balance between whatever we're trying to solve with the tariff and what it could mean for agriculture.
So what would you say if at that table about what that appropriate balance is and who we perhaps need to be most careful about targeting with tariffs for fear of retaliation on the agriculture industry in the United States?
Well, we've already seen an adjustment right now with what we used to be able to or were exporting to countries like China. That's already down quite a bit, and it's really affected our farmers in the Midwest. And this is, you know, several administrations all the way through where we're at and where we might be going. So I think the point that has to be made is we need to make sure the cause and effect has truly been balanced with what agriculture really needs and the cause and effect of that. We've seen margins come down substantially for our farmers. Now, the good news is some expenses went down for them in the way they controlled their costs. And then we also had some good yields across the Midwest and across most of the country here. But in the reverse side, we've got to make sure that both sides are being understood, whatever the solve is and whatever the cause and effect is to agriculture, because those international markets are absolutely critical for companies like Landis and Conduit that are trying to move those goods out of our state, out of the Midwest, and get them into a position to go into a global market. And when you lose volume like we have to China, that has a long-term ripple effect, and it's hard to recover from.
Well, how much have we lost? How much have farmers lost when it comes to exports to China? Set the baseline for us here, Matt, before we even begin the conversation about additional tariffs.
Yeah, I think, you know, those numbers are always moving, and I haven't seen the latest, but I would say it's probably safe to say we're nearing around half of the exports that we used to see. I think there was an announcement today or earlier this week on Monday around a new port that now South America opened up, particularly for Brazil out of Peru, that China is very excited about taking imports from Brazil or Peru, the South American market as a whole, and moving it over to China. So there continues to be additional pressures that get put on. So it's not even where we're at, but what are other opportunities that some kind of a conflict could create that now there's another alternative that we just weren't used to. And that port will have an additional effect, not just on what maybe happens in South America to China, but other parts of the world as well. So, today we're down quite a bit, and the future, particularly when you look at corn, looks a little more daunting as Brazil, particularly in South America, has a wider path of what they can do with increased yields and more acres that they're farming than ever before.
Well, Matt, as you talk about pressures, I wonder as well about cost pressures and inflation. I'm assuming this industry has been grappling with this over the last several years, as many have, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why this election resulted the way that it did. We, of course, have a lot of conversation about the way in which tariffs could lead to higher inflation. What would it mean for the agriculture industry, not only to have the potential retaliatory impact on the way in which the goods are being exported, but also the inflationary impact on if a tariff is placed on everything else, including equipment that they need to actually get those yields, to farm that land, to do everything they need to do?
Yeah, it all has an effect, right? And for our farmers that are engaged in this every day, they're balancing, volume with price with their expenses. And I thought the farmers really have done a great job in 24. Luckily, Mother Nature cooperated, and we got good yields out of what we needed in most parts of the U.S. Not all, but most. They did a nice job as farmers really pulling back on equipment needs and trying to reduce the expense on that side. So when you add the volume and the expense reduction that the farmers were able to capitalize on, they're going to be able to get out of 24 in a good position. But nobody knows what 25 really brings. And that's the uncertainty that exists here, is what will 25 bring from a cost standpoint, from a Mother Nature standpoint. So, and then you look at just interest line. Some farmers have never even seen this kind of an interest level or cost on their P&L. And those are things that are just adding additional pressure to the mix. So anything right now that adds additional pressure to farmers is going to have a big impact on them, because we've taken a lot of those steps out in 23 and 24. And now we've got to look to the future and continue to try to find some kind of win here. And that's where, when you come back to exports and making sure our farmers have their goods that can go elsewhere, that's an important step.
Well, Matt, this is an incoming administration that has promised mass deportation and has also suggested that workplace raids might come with that. I know that remains a question at this point, and we may need to learn more about it from Donald Trump's immigration officials. But to the extent to which farmers are reliant upon migrant workers, what impact would a mass deportation have on your industry?
Well, it definitely has an impact. As I think about the Midwest and just across all of agriculture, actually, it's still a very human intensity business that we're in. And I don't know if that's different from a lot of industries, but agriculture for sure is no exception to that. And as rural populations continue to fall in the amount that's out there, it makes it even more challenging. Now, in the Midwest, H-2A workers have been a big part of the solution to how we've dealt with that, and will continue to be as we go forward there. But there are other parts, particularly in the western part of the United States, the Southeast, where it's not just H-2A, but others that they reach into. So again, I think getting that farmer's voice at the table will be essential, because as rural continues to slide in its population, and the workload is still there for manual or just humans in general, we've got to make sure that there's a balance there, and that Ag's voice is heard. And with hopefully a soon appointment of USDA, that person will have the Ag background and have the, so to speak, dirt on their hands to be able to reflect that and find the right balance, that Ag has that voice at the table and find that true balance.
All right, Matt Karsten, CEO of Landis, with a focus on the agricultural industry. Thank you so much for being here with us. And he's reminding us, Joe, that we still have many cabinet picks yet to learn about, including the Secretary of Agriculture and others as well, even as we had some confirmed just in this hour.
That's right. And the latest, U.S. Ambassador to Israel, former Governor Mike Huckabee. We'll have more later on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Good afternoon, everyone, live on TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. I'm Tim Stenevec. That is Katie Greifeld of Bloomberg News and Bloomberg TV. Carol Masser is out today. Katie here in her stead. And Katie, it looks like stocks taking another, well, maybe not another, but still taking a breather.
It looks like it. Currently, the S&P 500 off by about 0.2%. If this drop
holds, it'll break that 5-day winning streak that we've seen basically since the U.S. election last week. But it makes sense that some people would be taking profits here. It's been quite a run, Tim.
Yeah, I think also people are still trying to get an idea for what a second Trump administration looks like, getting more names about who will be picked for certain positions. We're going to have more on that coming up a little later in the program. Also, an exclusive interview with Citi CEO Jane Fraser weighing in on the election, the economy, and more. We're going to go live to her and Sonali Basak in just a few minutes.
And the names continue to roll in. Florida Senator Marco Rubio thinking about being named as Secretary of State. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin as EPA Administrator. The names, of course, coming in fast here. We're going to talk about what we know so far about the people that Donald Trump has picked.
And that president-elect calling himself Tariff Man, what we can expect after his campaign trail promises to impose tariffs across the board. We look back to what he did in his first term to get an understanding of what that rollout could look like. All that and more coming up over the next 1 hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Before that, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Bell.
Thank you very much. From Tariff Man to Market Man, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all moving lower right now. Right now, we have got the S&P lower by 0.2%. Yes, off session lows, but still down 10 points. The Dow down 190, drop there of 0.4%. NASDAQ lower by 13, a decline of just under 0.1%. 10-year 4.42% with a 2-year 4.33%. Spot gold down 0.7%, 25.99 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, 68.12 a barrel. Bitcoin back in the green, up 0.9%. Citigroup shares ahead of our Jane Fraser interview, down 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. As Katie mentioned, stocks taking a little bit of a breather today. Taking a look at crypto, too, we're still seeing Bitcoin move higher. It's just absolutely surged over the last 7 days. The prospects of a more crypto-friendly administration coming in the Trump administration, plus some big wins for the crypto industry in the House and the Senate. Bitcoin up close to $90,000, Katie, per Bitcoin as we speak.
Yeah, it is just wild. Of course, Bitcoin untethered to any other asset class. You've seen all of the correlations break down. It feels like that just the purest momentum-driven market. Have you taken a look at the bond market recently, Tim Stanovic?
Well, it was closed yesterday.
It was.
I looked at it a lot post-election, and it looks like bond investors are sending a little bit of a message.
Yeah, the bond market is back open, and it's selling off once again. You take a look at the 10-year Treasury yield. We are now about 12 basis points higher on the day, camped out around 4.42%. Nouriel Roubini was on Bloomberg Television overnight, and he was talking about bond vigilantes, the possibility that they could come out when you think about some of Trump's policies. I don't know if 4.4% exactly is bond vigilante territory, but there does seem to be some pushback from the bond market.
Yeah, no question. You know, I think when we talk about what Congress looks like in the next administration, Republicans with control of the House, Republicans with control of the Senate, Republicans with control of the executive branch, it will give Donald Trump a lot of power to do what he wants when it comes to a lot of policies. One way that he could be kept in check, though, I think, is the bond market. We saw what happened in the UK with Liz Truss, and I wonder if something like that will happen here in the U.S. if the market doesn't like certain policies.
It's one of my favorite thought exercises to think about what the modern-day bond vigilantes will look like. The pushback, of course, would be you take a look at these Treasury auctions. There's still plenty of demand for U.S. debt, but the market itself, where yields are headed, it seems like the direction is higher from here. And it seems like these two asset classes, stocks and bonds, it's not necessarily putting a dent in the stock market as of yet. Maybe that starts to be more of a reaction. Okay, well, speaking of the stock market and the reaction to that Trump win, shares of the biggest U.S. banks, including Citigroup, J.P. Morgan, and Goldman Sachs, surged last Wednesday after Trump won the election, investors wagering that he would make good on his promises to lower taxes and slash regulation of the industry. Bloomberg News global finance correspondent Sonali Basak sitting down right now with Citi CEO Jane Fraser for an exclusive interview from Citi headquarters in New York City. Sonali?
Thank you so much, Tim. Yes, I'm standing by now with CEO of Citigroup, Jane Fraser, and we are just 1 week out from Donald Trump's presidential victory as the CEO of one of the country's largest banks, what's the most significant change you're expecting with the Trump administration?
Well, first of all, Shania, thank you so much for joining us here at Citi's headquarters in New York. It is lovely to see you again. Thank you. So I view this not just from the perspective of our own operations, but from that broader perspective from our clients around the world. And I think they'd say 4 T's. The first one is the tempering of regulation. Second would be taxes. Third would be tariffs, and the final one would be tightening immigration. And as we look across the board, I would put that in the perspective of a largely pro-growth agenda.
Well, you're also the most global bank in the country. How are you preparing for the world of global finance to potentially be shaken up by some of these policies, the tariff policy in particular? It's something that Trump has made clear it's a key policy that he'll be implementing.
So when we look at trade, you're right that there's going to be changes, but trade is not going away. So as we look at this around the world, I think we've already seen major changes in the global lanes in the last 3 years, driven by geopolitics and technology transformation. If you speak food, energy, technology, security, cyber, finance, green, all of these different lanes are changing around the world. This just puts one more into the mix. From trade and the tariffs to see what goes from the rhetoric to the actual agreements and the policies, and then into execution. We'll have some time to work out what that mix is.
Another major reason I bring up trade first is because a lot of prominent economists have brought up the idea of inflation that could be brought on the heels of tariffs. How concerned are you about inflation? You were kind of very early here to catch it in the first place.
Certainly there are elements of this that could be inflationary. At the same time, we've also seen, particularly here in the States, an ability to have productivity improvements and driving changes through. So I would say we've got to wait and see. People decide policy and determine policy. Let's see what the policies are, and then we can work out what's the response to it.
Well, the other interesting thing here is that the interest rate expectation has changed really meaningfully, and that's given concerns around fiscal deficits. How concerned are you about the deficit in particular heading into next year and even beyond that? It's certainly a consideration for me for the medium and longer term. There's both a numerator and a denominator to this equation. The numerator is growth, and the denominator is obviously the fiscal disciplines. And I think one of the benefits here in the States compared to many geographies is that we've got the growth part of the numerator, which is helpful. This is clearly going to come into play on the denominator, and we're going to need to see the fiscal discipline. I don't think it's going to be such an equation globally for the next couple of years, because I think a lot of roads lead to the U.S. in terms of investments in the meantime. It's interesting the bond market reaction you saw last week alone, and as of this morning, you were flirting again with 4.4% on the 10-year. As the CEO of a bank, how much do you worry about the long end of the curve tailing off? And is it a good thing in some degree for you?
What I think we're seeing in terms of the long end is something everyone is going to be keeping a very close eye on. But I take the step back and look at what actually is happening at the moment. We are seeing the big unlock. Right? We've been waiting to see on the M&A side, when is it that clients can be more active in the $1 to $3 billion acquisition range? The sponsors have been waiting to see an unlocking for them to participate more. We're seeing that right now beginning. Same for the IPO market, growth of LevFin. So I think most of the attention is actually going to pivot to the primary issuance, and the activity that's driving behind it, and that will be the story for the next while.
I'm glad you brought this up. I will take you there. It seems like you want to go to mergers and acquisitions. Citigroup, of course, is the advisor on the largest deal of the year so far, the $35 billion Mars deal to buy Kellanova. There's an expectation by investors out there that you could see bigger and bigger deals. When you talk to clients, how excited are they to push the button? How willing are they to push the button on deals that are even larger than $35 billion?
I think there's a lot of pent-up demand, but at the same time, I see particularly in the States, which is the majority of the M&A activity at the moment, and is likely to be that way, it is game on. The clients are on the front foot in the States. They're looking at driving transformation of their businesses. It is a scale game at the moment in industry after industry. And technology is changing so quickly. It's very exciting, but it means that clients who are not necessarily in technology suddenly discover they better be, and they're going to be buying expertise in that area. So it's going to be pretty active from the strategics as well as from the sponsor space, partly pent up, but also the new possibilities.
Do you think that means that this is a series of smaller deals that will start to make the deal market come back en masse? Or is that inclination for mega deals still there? There's a little bit of a question out there on still how much those deals will get through, even in Trump antitrust authority.
Certainly there are questions, but I think it's an and, not an or. We had our technology conference last week. We had over 110 or so CEOs from around the world, all wanting to be very focused on the States. We kind of bring the world to Silicon Valley. And the dialogue was around all of the above at the moment. So the ambition is there. As always with M&A, there's a difference between announced and completed. And that's where certainly our people are ready to help.
You brought in a new investment banking chief in. Part of the idea is to go after more private equity clients. There's also an expectation of private equity deals to come back. But if interest rates remain higher, how possible is that deal flow to come to the surface?
Obviously, lower rates is helpful, and we've got a long way to go in bringing the rates down. I mean, there is a lot of cushion there at the moment, as everyone knows. So we would expect them to come down from where they are. How high, how far down they go, to be determined. But certainly what we are seeing is, there's a lot of reason for people to be participating. You also have private asset market. We're very happy with our new relationship and partnership effort with Apollo. $25 billion of firepower to provide into non-investment grade clients, to help getting deals done. So those are important parts of the equation, and there are innovations out there to help clients responsibly grow, expand, and acquire.
I'm glad you brought up the Apollo deal. Wondering more on how it's going. Have you done your first set of deals yet? How far along are you? And how many more conversations are you having just like it?
Well, in the States, is the overwhelming portion at the moment is roughly 70% of the private asset market. So we've certainly garnered a lot of attention by the scale of this, because I think it provides for our clients more alternatives when they come to us, when we're originating and working with them. So they have more alternatives, and they have a lot of deal certainty. We've worked a lot with Apollo over the last couple of years on similar types of efforts. So we know each other well, they know our origination, and that deal certainty is very helpful for any of our clients. I would expect us to continue looking at how we can expand and bring in other partners.
It's interesting. I've asked you about interest rates as it pertains to your clients, but also interested in how it pertains to your net interest income. Do you think because rates might not fall as much as initially expected, there's room for more NII expansion here through this year and next year?
When you look at the larger banks and look at us, we've got the benefit of a diversified business model. So you ideally are looking at something where, something changes in the macro geopolitical environment. You've got an ability to move things around and adapt accordingly. So if we end up with lower for longer or a higher for longer environment, then there'll be the NII would benefit. Equally, we had double-digit NIR growth last quarter. We've had a strong focus on fees. We have banking franchise, our wealth franchise, our services franchise, all growing very nicely, taking share, and that provides us additional cushion there.
A lot of investors are also very excited about the financial sector right now because of this anticipation of a new regulatory regime. Do you think that the Basel III proposals will actually be rolled back even further than that revised 9% increase in capital that has been put forward?
When I look at Basel III, we've had very constructive discussions as a sector with the Fed in terms of looking at what are the unintended consequences of Basel III, because we need access to credit for small businesses, for consumers, for farmers, for smaller banks and institutions, and this trickles down. So I think the main goal here is to make sure that there are no unintended ill consequences to access to credit, to the competitiveness of the American banking system that is the best in the world, and I say that proudly. And also to market structure and making sure that balance gets right. So I'm sure those dialogues will continue to be constructive. We have to see what the next proposal is. Though I'm sure be another comment period, and then we shall wait and see.
Should you face a more relaxed regulatory environment here, what does that free you up more to do?
We have set a vision for our bank. We put a strategy behind it, and we have an execution plan that we are just systematically going through each different step along the way. So for us, what this means is our strategy is working. You could see that in our third quarter results. Revenues up in every business, positive operating leverage, gaining share, growing fees. We still have more work to do. I'm focused on the day job and getting that job done properly, getting through the transformation work we need to, modernizing and simplifying Citi, and improving our returns.
When you think about your returns, investors are asking so much about cost discipline. What's the toughest part for you to cut costs in order to get to the targets that you've set out for yourself?
We're making sure that we both get the bank to be more efficient and get it to be more simple. So that modernization and simplification agenda is very important. That also means investing. The transformation that we're doing is both addressing some of the regulatory issues that were raised, but they're also in the benefit of shareholders, because ultimately they drive to a more efficient, modern organization. We also need to be investing in our businesses, so it's driving forward on critical investments and platforms that will help support our competitive advantage. And it's simplifying the bank. We've successfully reorganized the institution. We've realized benefits from it. We've realized benefits from the cost takeouts we've done from divesting. For me, it's about getting it right. I don't want to take short-term fixes and shortcuts at the expense of making sure that this bank is run well, properly, in the benefit of all stakeholders.
Would a more relaxed regulatory environment also potentially lead to less expenses?
Ultimately, our transformation will lead to less expenses. I look at it not just from the banking perspective, I look at it from all of our clients, and I think that's why we see this big unlock, because over-regulation can result for a client in being slower. It can add in costs where it doesn't need to. It can affect competitive advantage. And I think it's how do you get the pendulum in the right place? A tapering of regulation will certainly help multiple industries make sure that we get that balance into a good place.
When you're talking about balance as well, how do you think about the ability to keep investing while you're keeping an eye on expenses? Your investment bank in particular, we've talked about it a lot. How do you think about the trade-off on bringing on new deal makers? You have one very prized position still open, potentially, with the new head of M&A.
Well, I think about bringing talent in and very carefully, because we've got some very strong talent in our own organization, of whom we're very proud, and they're doing a very good job. We want to make sure it's not only that they are strong players in of themselves, but that they fit the culture the right way, that they understand the power of the franchise, they're excited about the potential that we have ahead, and that they're going to play on the team to try and drive that forward. We haven't found it to be a problem to attract great talent to Citi.
So, very importantly here, we're about a year since you announced a very massive reorganization. Where do you stand now? Do you feel like you're almost done? And what does Citigroup, the new Citigroup, look like under Jane Fraser as you think about the path ahead after this first phase?
So I always said this year was going to be a pivotal year for our strategy. And again, the third quarter and indeed the results through the year have shown that the strategy is delivering. We did the reorganization, as you said, announced it 6 months ago. We got it completed 6 months later, which is pretty good time. We've managed to get some layers taken out of the organization, 4 in total, which is a lot. We reorganized our different businesses so that they were in the best position to compete, looking forward, and the right configuration around it. We took out a lot of complexity of different activities and bureaucracy that weren't necessary. We've still been tweaking some things here and there. You don't get it right first shot. In 100% of the way, I'm very happy where we got to. Now we're focused on driving the performance of the business, and we're focused around making sure that we get our transformation done properly, the right way, and deliver the results that we need to. A lot of urgency around here, a lot of focus and accountability.
Jane, we thank you so much for joining us. That is Jane Fraser, of course, the CEO of Citigroup, down at Citigroup's New York headquarters.
And of course, a big thank you to Bloomberg News financial correspondent Sonali Basak, sitting down with Citi CEO Jane Fraser just now in Lower Manhattan. A lot of headlines there, Katie. Fraser said that she expects tempering of regulations under Trump, perhaps not surprising, given what we saw with the shares of the company, the stock reaction last week. And we've heard from lots of CEOs who we've interviewed in the days following Trump's victory.
Yeah, big time. Of course, the banks have been absolutely on fire over the past week. Like you said, a favorable regulatory environment expected, maybe some M&A for financials. But it was interesting, of course, Sonali ended with Jane Fraser on the fact that it's been about 1 year out since that big reorg over at Citi. Shares have been on fire since. Citigroup shares up about over 60%. It seems like on a total return basis, over 70% over the past year.
Yeah, some other headlines from that interview. Fraser said that she needs to see how much of the tariff rhetoric becomes a reality. We're going to be talking about tariffs in just a few minutes. How much of it is about negotiating, and to what extent do investors need to be concerned that those tariffs will actually come to fruition? Also said that the new partnership with Apollo has $25 billion of firepower. For more coverage and to watch that full interview, you can head on over to Bloomberg.com and also check it out at Bloomberg on the Bloomberg terminal. Let's get an update on all the business news and what markets are doing. Charlie Pellet is standing by. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. Indeed, a lot of red on the screen right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the red, as is Citigroup shares. Citigroup down now by 0.7%. Not all banks are lower, though. Bank of America up 0.1%. J.P. Morgan Chase shares, they're in the green, up 0.5%. Goldman right now trading lower by 1.1%. But again, after that interview, Citigroup shares down 0.7%. Here's where we stand market-wise. Well off session lows with the S&P at 59.93, still below 6,000, down 7 points, drop now of 0.1%. The Dow down 222 points for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That's a drop of 0.5%. NASDAQ little change now, down less than 0.1%. 10-year at 4.42%, the 2-year 4.34%. Gold down 0.7%, 2,600 even on the precious metal, and West Texas Intermediate crude up by now by 0.3%, 68.22 a barrel. Cannot ignore Bitcoin, back in the green, up 1.6% right now. Bitcoin 89,404. Briefly, earnings. Home Depot lifting its forecast of a key sales metric for the year. Home Depot shares today trading lower, down 0.3%. Rival Lowe's shares down by 1.2%. Hertz reported a worse than expected loss in the rental car as the rental car company continued to unwind that failed bet on EVs. Today we're looking at Hertz shares up by 7.8%. Tesla down by 5.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks for that update. Really do appreciate it. Well, from little Marco Rubio, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process, to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, as Donald Trump referred to him back in 2016, during that primary process maybe. Trump is expected to name Rubio as Secretary of State. A person familiar with the matter said granting a top job in his second administration to a one-time rival who later became one of his most ardent supporters in the Senate. Laura Davison is Bloomberg News politics editor. She joins us from our Washington bureau. Laura, we know Rubio's a China hawk. He's supported Israel's war in Gaza. He's also, though, a strong supporter of NATO. So how are these positions similar or different, or how do they compare to what Donald Trump has talked about?
Yeah, so Rubio over the past several years has really transitioned from someone who was a, sort of a foreign policy hawk to someone who's a foreign policy hawk, but has adopted some of Trump's positions. So, for example, on Ukraine, he was very much in support of aid for Ukraine several years ago, but has shifted more recently, saying, look, that there should be some sort of negotiated settlement, which would potentially involve Russia taking some of the land they now occupy in what is in Ukraine's borders. So this, you can kind of see in real time how he's sort of shifted his position to make sure he's sort of in the mainstream of where Trump's party is, maybe not necessarily where the Republican Party was 4 or 5 or 6 years ago. It's of course important to remember that Rubio ran against Trump in 2016. They were rivals then. They traded a lot of insults that had to do with anatomy. But since then, Rubio has been a very staunch supporter for Trump's positions, particularly as it comes to foreign policy in the Senate.
And it's interesting. I mean, you think about Marco Rubio. You also have Florida Representative Mike Waltz getting an elevation here. It seems like Trump is really turning to Congress. And, some of the initial reporting out had been that maybe he would stay away to avoid special elections in those cases.
Yeah, so this is actually something that is making congressional leaders a little bit nervous. In the Senate, it varies by state, but generally the governor of that state gets to appoint any vacant Senate seat. So Governor Ron DeSantis would get to appoint to fill Rubio's seat. In the House, it's a special election situation. So in both cases, Republicans and Trump in particular is careful to not pick from states that don't have a Republican governor or from a district that isn't a safely Republican seat. But what this could mean in the short term, that these vacancies are there for weeks or if not months, which could potentially slow a legislative agenda for the first, couple months of Trump's term.
What are we starting to learn about how the administration is picking people to fill posts? Again, we haven't heard official confirmation of Marco Rubio, but what seem to be the qualifications, what seems to be the pattern here in terms of names that have emerged?
So the key thing for any of these people is that they have been loyal to Trump, that they supported him through January 6th. They have not, strayed from them. So folks that we know are now no longer in the running, that because Trump said so himself, folks like Nikki Haley, Mike Pompeo, people who have broken with Trump in the past, who have tried to get back in his good graces, that is not working so well for them. We know that Donald Trump Jr., Trump's eldest son, as well as Tucker Carlson have also been very influential in these picks. They're down at Mar-a-Lago holding sway. They were both also some of the very influential voices behind J.D. Vance as the vice presidential pick. So you're really seeing, Trump's close family members and close confidants being sort of in his ear as he's making some of these choices.
What about the Venn diagram? I mean, beyond when it comes to China hawkishness, it seems like that seems to be a common theme. What are some of the other themes when it comes to policy stances that are running through the picks that we've reported or seen so far, Laura?
So, in addition to this, the China stance, also having more isolationist tendencies, so not wanting to get involved in foreign wars, the wars that are ongoing when Gaza and Ukraine, wanting to wrap those up sooner rather than later, not wanting to, go in and play, America's, be the world's cop. We know some of the people who did not succeed in the first Trump term, John Bolton, for example, who were much more, as Trump would say, warmongering, did not succeed. So, he wants people who are much more, as Trump would say, peaceful.
What about somebody like Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary? Her name has popped up as well. She will lead Trump's Homeland Security Department. This, according to a report from CNN. What do we know about how she could do that, given what she did in South Dakota?
Yeah, so she was actually on the forefront. South Dakota, notably not a border state anywhere near the U.S.-Mexico border, but in terms of using FEMA and National Guard troops to, mobilize not deportations, but mobilize people and reaching out to migrants. This is going to be the center of Trump's first 100 days. He's talked about these mass deportations that he wants to do. Noem has already experienced involving some of the agencies that would be involved in that. I'll note that it is still a big black box in terms of what this would would actually look like, where the funding would come from, how the administration would go about finding people. None of that has been made clear yet, but we know that it is a priority, and you see that in some of the first picks he's making, Tom Homan being the border czar, Kristi Noem at DHS, a lot of these defense positions.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought up Tom Homan. It was a name we talked about yesterday, but now that we know about Kristi Noem as well, how would the two work together in terms of figuring out this mass deportation strategy that Trump talked about on the campaign trail and that he promised to kick off on day one?
Yeah, so part of the strategy here is that he has people both inside the White House as well as people in the agencies. So this would allow him, the DHS needs to go through Senate confirmation. That could take several weeks, if not months, before Kristi Noem is actually able to officially take over. Tom Homan in the White House doesn't need Senate confirmation, so he can start on January 20th at noon and start working things out. So this is a way to have multiple people and multiple points of failure, in case there is a delay on the Senate confirmation, as well as having someone very close to Trump, literally in the building or the building right next to him, who, if he has changes to his plans, it's very easy to, from that central point at the White House, disseminate that information out across the administration.
And Laura, let's talk about a position that we don't know who will be named yet, but Wall Street cares very deeply about, and I'm talking, of course, about who will be Treasury Secretary. The Wall Street Journal reporting that John Paulson reportedly has dropped out of the running. You take a look at the betting markets, really coalescing in a big way around Scott Bessent. What is the latest state of play there?
Yeah, so that has been a position we've been watching very closely. It's possible we could see a name come out this week. Trump is actively working on that and has been talking about and around the various candidates. The two big names that we're still hearing are Scott Bessent, as you mentioned, as well as Howard Lutnick, who is also on one of the transition co-chairs for the campaign.
What about? Go ahead, please.
Go ahead. As I say, both of these are big Wall Street figures. We know that Trump has also looked at some senators, specifically Bill Hagerty, potentially for this role, but he really wants a Wall Street veteran to come in and be able to speak very clearly to markets so that they have one of their own at the helm there.
What about the Environmental Protection Agency? Lee Zeldin, former New York congressman, he was a member of Trump's impeachment defense team, a vocal supporter after January 6th. What do we know about Lee Zeldin and how he'd run the EPA?
We don't know a lot about Lee Zeldin's environmental record. That has not been an issue that he's been highly engaged on. He did team up with Democrats at one point to, try to stop some offshore drilling off the coast of his district on Long Island. But he notably has a very poor score from the League of Conservation Voters. This one was a little bit of a surprise pick. People were not necessarily associating the EPA with Zeldin, but this really shows Trump is trying to get people who have, been his staunch supporters slotted into some of these government roles. We're not seeing him take the usual approach, which is you start at the top with some of those positions like Treasury and State and Defense Secretary, and then move downwards. He's sort of going all over the map. Some of these middle tier positions, even lower tier. Mike Huckabee just named as Israeli ambassador. You would not normally see that happening quite this early in the process. But this means that Trump is just moving very quickly, naming people. Almost every couple hours, we're seeing a new name come out.
What is the strategy there? Is he testing the air? Is he trying to see a reaction to this stuff? Because some of these names are being floated and some of these have been confirmed.
Yes, part of that is there's a little bit of negotiating happening in the press. We saw this happen a little bit last week with Bob Lighthizer. There was a report from the Financial Times that said that he would be taking over trade policy again, which is the role at USTR that he had in the first Trump administration. There was immediately sort of denials of that came out. There's a little bit of sort of jockeying of some on Trump's team are trying to box people into positions or box people out of positions by trying these different trial balloons.
Okay, what are the other expectations? Help us look forward, what we can expect in the coming days. I mean, as soon as I left the office yesterday, the Lee Zeldin news came across. So what happens in the next 24, 48 hours in terms of personnel?
I expect that we'll see, another, 5 to 10 names come out over the next several days. Some of these top positions, we know that specifically Trump is looking at economic positions as well as national security this week. So we could see, NEC, Treasury Secretary, Department of Defense, as well as CIA, Office of Director of National Intelligence. All of those are on the table for the coming days.
All right, Laura Davison, Bloomberg News politics editor, joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau with all the names that have been floated, that have been announced thus far when it comes to a potential Trump cabinet, senior advisors, and the like. Expect that roster of names to continue to grow, too, in the coming hours and the coming days. Katie, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about some big news potentially in the world
industrial conglomerate
I was going to say in the activist world.
Yeah, that too. It's a story that encompasses many themes. This is interesting. Elliott taking a $5 billion stake in Honeywell. That is according to a statement, but Bloomberg News actually broke this morning. And you take a look at Honeywell shares, still sitting on gains, up about 3%, but it had been higher to the tune of almost 8% earlier. And Tim, this fascinates me just because it feels like the era of the industrial conglomerate truly is over, at least for the time being. And we know that spinoffs have been really hot right now.
Yeah, look what GE did over the past year, right? Spinning off into 3 different companies. So this is like what's old is new again, but we're seeing this happen in more and more places.
Yeah, it's definitely part of the activist playbook du jour, basically to take these companies, break them apart. You take a look at the Bloomberg spinoff index, which does exist. It's at a record high. GE Vernova is the main holding in that index. So these companies, after you break them apart, they do super well.
At least for now.
Yeah. The cycle can turn.
Until companies start getting bigger again.
That's true.
Yeah, until the consolidation happens. Coming up next, we're talking tariffs and what we can expect from a second Trump administration in terms of rollout. That's next on Business Week.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks now trading mixed. NASDAQ back in the green and at a record, I might add. We've got NASDAQ up 6 right now, 19,305. Little changed, up less than 0.1%. S&P in the red, lower by 4. Also little changed, well off session lows, down by about 0.1%. The S&P below 6,000, 59.96. The Dow down 225, down 0.5%. That rally that drove stocks to records running out of steam. Treasury yield soaring right now. We have got the 10-year 4.42%, the 2-year 4.33%. Spot gold down $19 the ounce, $25.99, down 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, $68.30 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin, meanwhile, 89,255 after earlier declines. Bitcoin up now by 1.4%. CEO of ExxonMobil, Darren Woods, is discouraging President-elect Donald Trump from withdrawing the U.S. from the landmark Paris Climate Pact, arguing that would mean forfeiting a chance to push for common-sense carbon-cutting policy on the world stage. He made the comment during a Bloomberg interview at the UN's COP29 climate summit in Azerbaijan. ExxonMobil shares today, they are now higher by about 0.1%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. S&P now little change, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ, though, at a record, up 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, do appreciate that update. Thank you so much. Well, he's dubbed himself Tariff Man.
Tariff. I am a tariff man. To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. Build your plant in the United States and you don't have any tariffs.
That is, of course, President-elect Donald Trump. On the campaign trail, he's pledged to impose extra-large tariffs on imports from China and medium-sized ones for the rest of the world. If he had his way, the U.S. would hark back to a 19th century Gilded Age model of small government, funded largely by tariffs instead of income taxes, in which American barons of industry, think about the people like Elon Musk during that time, built vast wealth thanks to protectionism and the privilege of limited competition. That rollout, though, may be dramatic and bumpy. Sean Donnan is Bloomberg News senior economics writer. He writes about what a tariff rollout could look like for Business Week. Check it out at Bloomberg.com and also on the Bloomberg terminal. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. So, Sean, if we go back to the first Trump administration, what can we learn about how Trump could roll out tariffs when he gets in office on January 20th?
Yeah, so I think the first thing we learned from the first Trump administration is that, yes, he does deliver on his promises, and yes, there will be tariffs, but it's all the details that matter. And to get to those details, you're going to go through a period of chaotic policy making where you're going to have some pretty heated debates between his advisors, who often come from pretty different philosophical camps. And we are starting to see, we're less than a week out from the election, or just a week out from the election, a similar dynamic start to materialize.
Well, talk to us, too, about the people that Trump is surrounding himself with. He, by his own description, is tariff man, but he's also appointing and considering people who seem to share his views. You think about Robert Lighthizer, for example, potentially returning to his post.
Right. So if Trump is tariff man, then his ideological advisor is Robert Lighthizer, right? He is the guy who actually has the plan to deliver tariffs. He is a trade lawyer with decades in the business, decades of being a contrarian in Washington, and acting as a protectionist, calling for a rebalancing of U.S. tariffs with the world and for a crackdown on China. He's written a whole book in the last 4 years laying out a plan for how to tackle China and take on trade policy, and he's your kind of true believer. But the kind of dynamic we're watching very carefully now is where he actually ends up in Trump's cabinet, or if he ends up in the cabinet at all, or if he ends up in a kind of advisory role that may have less power inside the White House, and who else ends up in the cabinet. One of the things we saw in the first Trump administration was a Wall Street guy in the Treasury, in Stephen Mnuchin, who pushed back against a lot of the tariff policy and the protectionist ideas that were being pushed by people like Robert Lighthizer. That's one of the reasons Robert Lighthizer has spent the last few months quietly trying to position himself to move into a post like the Treasury or the Commerce Department, which may have more power than the old U.S. Trade Representative's office, which he inhabited during the first Trump administration.
Sean, what's pretty incredible, we're already starting to see companies make announcements about potential price increases as a result of tariffs. One of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal this afternoon is about Stanley Black & Decker. They make Craftsman and DeWalt tools. They're considering raising prices in response to higher tariffs that they expect to be imposed by President-elect Donald Trump's administration. The company's CEO actually said in a call last month, it's unlikely that they're going to move a lot back to the U.S. because it's not cost-effective to do so, and there are questions about whether we even have the labor to actually do that in this country. The idea with some of these tariffs would be to move production back to the United States, but as we're seeing now, that's not necessarily feasible for a lot of these companies.
Yeah, and Stanley Black & Decker, in that call, the CEO was saying that they started drafting a plan in the spring for Trump victory and possible tariffs, and they're not alone among companies to do that. We know that a lot of CEOs and businesses around the world, not just here in the United States, have been planning for this for months now, and also have had a lot of practice through the first Trump administration, also the pandemic and all the supply chain realignment that happened there. The Biden administration and the push to kind of repatriate big production in semiconductors and electric vehicles and the whole industrial policy push to encourage that. CEOs, businesses today are very good at dealing with these things, and they've been kind of flexing those muscles for a while. And so they're in a different position than they were before 2016 when Donald Trump was first elected. And there is a very real argument that the Stanley Black & Decker CEO is presenting there in terms of the availability of labor. We've just had a couple of years where one of the big complaints from businesses is they don't have the workers to staff the factories that they're building and so on. And that's not going to change suddenly if Donald Trump moves into the White House, and especially not if he starts cracking down on immigration and deporting people.
Right. Well, let's talk a little bit more about that because, Tim, I don't know if you know, but I anchor a show called Open Interest, 9 to 11 a.m. daily on Bloomberg Television. And Matt Miller has, to his credit, been obsessed with this question. What happens to the labor market and what happens to inflation if we do see those types of mass deportations? Sean, what have you found in your research and your reporting so far?
Yeah, so look, there's a lot of agreement among economists that tariffs add costs for consumers, and so that will feed into inflation. And there's a lot of agreement from economists that if you start deporting people and reducing the number of people moving into the country and the labor force, that you're going to exacerbate some of the demographic challenges that the United States already has with all the baby boomers who are moving out of the workforce and so on over the next few years. I think of the world today in one of the framings I think of is the world is now engaging in the people wars, right? Mm-hmm. Population is one of the great economic forces and one of the great economic advantages that the United States has had for many, many, many years as a place that attracts immigrants. If you look at China now, it's got a declining population. It's got an aging population. Japan for years has been dealing with an aging population. Germany's dealing with an aging population and so on. Within the United States, the places that are growing fastest are the places that are gaining population. The places that are in real trouble economically are those aging counties that just can't hang on to people. And when investors are looking to put a new factory in a place, the first question they ask is, where are the people? Where are my workers going to be? So, all of these things coexist and they kind of collide, and that means we're going to see potentially more inflation. We're also going to see more strain in the labor market, and overall, perhaps, a big hit to American competitiveness in the world.
Sean, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. Everybody check out Sean's story. It's at Bloomberg.com/businessweek. You can also read it on the Bloomberg terminal, all about the way that Donald Trump potentially will roll out tariffs come January when he does take office for a second time. Taking a look at equity markets, as we mentioned, taking a little bit of a breather from the rally that we've seen since Donald Trump was elected president. The S&P 500 down close to 0.1%. The NASDAQ composite pretty much flat. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to speak to the CEO of Pagaya Technologies. That's next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and what would you like to hear about on Bloomberg Radio? Help make shows like ours even better by taking our Bloomberg Audience Survey. Visit youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast and click the link in our profile or community section to take the survey. It's hosted by our partners over at Material. Fill it out now at youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcasts. Well, Pagaya Technology shares are taking a turn lower today. They were down at one point as much as 40%. This after the company's third quarter network volume missed the average analyst estimates. Pagaya is a fintech company that takes loans that lenders reject. It analyzes them using AI. It then consolidates them to sell to institutional investors. It counts Visa, Ally, SoFi, US Bank, Klarna among its different partners. We've got with us Gal Krubiner, the company's CEO. He joined Business Week studio. Gal, I want to talk a little bit about your view because you have a great idea of what the health of the consumer is, the economy, what things are looking like. But before that, I got to talk about, we were at Bloomberg. I want to talk about the stock price. You guys reported earlier today. What's going on with the stock today? Do you think investors are missing the big picture?
Definitely. So thank you very much for having me today. I think the stock price is a different conversation as the stock price rallied in and a little bit because of what you have just described, maybe took a shakeout. But the really interesting piece is where the business is and the fundamentals. And from that perspective, Pagaya had a record EBITDA, record revenues, and even record network volume. And maybe just to drill down for one second of what the company does. So think about it that we are using an AI to help different lenders, as the one you just described, LA Bank, SoFi, and many others, US Bank, to help them serve their consumers. So far, we have helped these different organizations to provide loans to over 2 million customers. Customers that, as you mentioned, would have otherwise been declined. So think about the fact that we helped 2 million Americans get a $24 billion of additional loans that otherwise would not be able to get it through their banks. And all of that with the power of AI and machine learning that is driving all of that.
Just to ask a simple question, how many of those loans go bad, though? How much risk do you take on?
So the reality is that these type of borrowers are actually good borrowers. They are paying and paying well. So you think about something in the ranges of 4 to 8% of an annual loss. And in today's situation of the financial situation in the US, if you don't have a perfect FICO, you don't get a loan. The regulatory environment that exists on the banks is making it very hard for them to provide loans to very good consumers that would otherwise pay back. And that's where Pagaya comes in, helping the banks to provide this credit to their customers, which they so needing in these days.
What are the rates on those loans?
So usually the rates could vary from a 12% and up until 20. The way to think about it, it's usually 2 to 5% lower than credit card rates. So usually people that are taking personal loans are actually refining or reducing their rates when they are moving from the very high credit cards into a personal loan, which is much more predictable and steady into they know what they are paying over the monthly month.
So then who provides the capital to fund those loans?
That's exactly the interesting point. So have you heard about private credit?
Yeah, we talk a lot about private credit.
Too much, right?
We talk a lot about private
So
credit
think about
here.
Pagaya as the interconnect between the balance sheets of the private credit into the distribution channels of the banks. So many of the consumers that are coming to the banks and cannot get loan because of the regulatory pressure that we just discussed about, these loans could find home in the growing, emerging, booming private credit. We have over 120 different investors that we are feeding to provide home for these loans, which they are happy to get access to mass amounts of loans in scale that are as good as bank loans, but the regulatory capital of the bank is not allowing them to do that. So we are the efficacy of this booming type of private credit, which is a new form of capital, and the need of banks to clear their balance sheet even more.
That's really interesting.
Go ahead, Katie.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to ask, in an environment where investors think rates will go lower, the bond market might not agree with that right now. How does that private credit equation change?
So the private credit equation is actually becoming bigger and better. So the reality is that they are looking to find more ways to lock rates and to invest massive amounts of capital. So actually the interest rate going down, while very good for the consumers because now they have a better relief on the ability to pay their debt, is actually being driven by very big amounts of private credit that are being injected into the system to help these consumers find the ability to finance their debt.
All right. Gal, we're going to have to leave it there.
Thank you so much.
Gal Krubener, he is the CEO of Pagaya, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Well, taking a look at equity markets, just over an hour until the close of U.S. trading here. The S&P 500 is down 0.1%. Katie, the NASDAQ, though, pretty much flat.
I think it's telling. You can definitely tell in today's trade that volume is much lighter than it has been. Currently about 1.5% below the 20-day trading average. How many times can we say breather on this show?
I think like 7 so far.
We're going to say it another time right now. It definitely feels like the market taking a little bit of a breather right now, at least in the equity market, maybe in Bitcoin as well. It just feels like there's so many superlatives that we've collected over the past week, and everyone feels content to pause a little bit, maybe until we get CPI tomorrow.
Okay, well, we're going to take a little bit of a breather because we are going to do some news and then come back on Bloomberg Business Week on radio. If you're on TV, the close is up next. If you're sticking with what's on radio, we got Delta CEO Ed Bastian a little later.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Biden hosted Israel's president at the White House today as hopes dim for a Gaza ceasefire. Isaac Herzog after the meeting.
The most important thing out of this discussion is, of course, the commitment of President Biden and the administration to work until January 20th, until the last minute, to achieve goals that are so important to peace and stability.
Nancy Cordes reports on the politics involved.
The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been saying publicly that he is talking to Donald Trump all the time. And so the amount of leverage that this administration has with the Israelis, in fact, with all the actors in the region, has gone down precipitously now that there's going to be a new sheriff in town here at the White House.
Trump plans to nominate former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee to be the U.S. ambassador to Israel. He's also made his picks for National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, and Homeland Security Secretary. Jake Rosen reports from West Palm Beach. It's all about loyalty for Donald Trump.
We've seen allies like Kristi Noem, Michael Waltz, Marco Rubio, even though they've had disagreements in the past, coming together, people who were on Trump's campaign, especially late into the summer, on his VIP shortlist even, right? Coming together to kind of build this initial set of cabinet positions that we've seen announced in the last couple of days.
All the counties in Georgia will certify the election results today. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger.
In spite of having over 60 bomb threats, people still voted. We will not be coward. You will not sow discord and strife. It didn't work.
The judge in Trump's hush money case postponed a ruling today on whether his conviction will stand because of presidential immunity. A federal jury has found a defense contractor liable for the torture of Iraqi men at a prison near Baghdad during the war. CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports.
A jury in Alexandria, Virginia has awarded $42 million to 3 former detainees of Iraq's notorious Abu Ghraib prison. The jury held a Virginia-based military contractor called CACI, responsible for contributing to their torture and mistreatment 2 decades ago. The 3 plaintiffs testified they were subjected to beatings, sexual abuse, forced nudity, and other cruel treatment at the prison.
Firefighters continue to battle a wildfire along the New Jersey border with New York. New Jersey Fire Service Commander Christopher Franick.
It's just extremely limited and almost like a wilderness setting for us to get up there. So it's making access to go fight the fire hard.
The FAA is barring U.S. flights in Haiti for 30 days after 2 planes were struck by gunfire. On Wall Street, the Dow is off 275. This is CBS News.
Conditions apply.
A retired NFL star and a rock legend have teamed up on a Christmas tune. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez has the story.
That's former Eagles center Jason Kelce and Fleetwood Mac Stevie Nicks covering the Ron Sexsmith song Maybe This Christmas. It's featured on Kelce's annual holiday album with his former teammates Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. This year's album will be their 3rd. It drops November 22nd and also features a song by Kelce's little brother, Chief star Travis, that pays tribute to their native Cleveland.
Wandering the streets of my hometown.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
You too can own a Batmobile. Wayne Enterprises is building 10 replicas of Batman's Tumbler featured in the Dark Knight trilogy. They'll be available for about $3 million each. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is a Bloomberg Business Week, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York on this November 12th, 2024. I'm Tim Stenevec. Katie Greifeld.
Yeah, I'm here for
Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Radio. You're here.
I'm here for Bloomberg Business League. I love that.
Yeah.
What a delicious vegetable.
It's great.
Yeah.
We got 2 hours of it coming up, and we got a great program.
Yeah, it's great because now, at least for the time being, we're off TV, but we're still on YouTube, we're on radio, but I can relax a little bit is what
You weren't relaxed the last hour?
I was a little, I was performing.
Okay, don't relax too much because in just a few minutes we're going to talk all about crypto with Mike Regan. He's senior editor over at the Crypto Desk. Also, we got a big aviation interview coming up a little later.
I'm so excited. Of course, we're going to be talking to the CEO of Delta, also the CEO of Wheels Up, a really interesting conversation that just, I don't know, there's so much to say.
Someone might ask, why would these two companies be speaking together? Well, it turns out that Delta owns 37% of Wheels Up.
Yeah.
And a long-standing partnership.
We will ask that question to them, though. How'd you get involved?
Also, we're going to be speaking to the author of a new book. It's called Slow Burn, The Hidden Costs of a Warming World. I don't know if you've been in New Jersey lately.
Yeah.
Is it pretty dry there right now?
It is pretty dry.
Yeah, fires all over. It's kind of like California.
I woke up in Manhattan on Saturday morning, and I was like, why is it smoky?
That's because the park near my home was burning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prospect Park.
Just wild.
Yeah, pretty bad stuff. We're going to be speaking to our Ji-Sung Park, assistant professor at the University of Pennsylvania, a little bit later in the program. All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. Slow burn for the stock market rally. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ back in the red right now. We do have NASDAQ swinging between gains and losses. Any advance for the NASDAQ Composite Index today will be another record, but right now in the red for the S&P. And of course, the big question this hour, will NASDAQ close above or below 6,000? 59.95. Actually, the S&P right now, 59.95. That is the question. It is down 0.1%. NASDAQ in the red, lower by less than 0.1%. Little change there. The Dow down 276, a decline of 0.6%. 10-year 4.43%, with the 2-year 4.33%. Gold down $21 the ounce, down 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.3%. 68.21 a barrel. Bitcoin, will have a whole lot more on crypto coming up with our Mike Regan, but right now we got Bitcoin up 1.3%. 89,170 on Bitcoin. Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser says it is game on for M&A in the United States. And in a Bloomberg radio interview that wrapped up last hour, she said she is expecting the Trump administration to be pro-growth.
I view this not just from the perspective of our own operations, but from that broader perspective from our clients around the world. And I think they'd say 4 T's. The first one is the tempering of regulation. Second would be taxes. Third would be tariffs. And the final one would be tightening immigration. And as we look across the board, I would put that in the perspective of a largely pro-growth agenda.
Citigroup's Jane Fraser speaking with our Shanali Basic again. Citigroup shares down now by 0.8%. Recapping, little change for the U.S. stock market. The S&P down 5 now, drop there of 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, Bitcoin's record-breaking rally took the digital asset close to $90,000 for the first time. It lifted the overall value of the crypto market above its pandemic-era peak. Traders, Katie, are betting on a boom under President-elect Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, this rally, it was by the rumor, and then it was by the news. Now maybe, we'll see some consolidation. Let's talk about it with Mike Regan, though. Mike Regan, I had you on Bloomberg Markets yesterday at like 12:40, and you kind of made it make sense. You think about these ETFs just hoovering up all this Bitcoin. You have all this talk about what a Bitcoin strategic reserve at the government level would look like, given that this is a supply and a demand-driven market. That's all that it is. There's no fundamentals, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of demand for limited supply.
Yeah, you're right, Katie. It's just supply and demand driven, and the hope in the Bitcoin community is that Donald Trump really makes good on this promise to create a Bitcoin quote unquote strategic stockpile. Now, well, what would that mean? It would start off be seeded by Bitcoin that's already been seized by the government in criminal cases and tax cases, that sort of thing. But the hope is that they'll pass legislation to add to that. There's some numbers floated around. RFK Jr. He spoke at the same Bitcoin conference as President Trump, and the Wyoming Senator Cynthia Loomis basically said the same thing, that they think the government could buy as much as 1 million Bitcoin.
Why though?
Yeah, I think that, you have to sort of
I understand a strategic reserve of petroleum.
Right.
We need that.
Right. And to be sure, there are throughout history there's been strategic reserves of cheese and different grains.
Cool. Cheese is delicious.
Yeah, yeah.
I've never had a Bitcoin.
We could all get on board with that.
Exactly.
I think the case for strategic Bitcoin reserve is highly controversial. I think if it comes to the point where the government is actually spending tax money on this or however else they want to finance it, I think it's going to raise a lot of questions. I mean, I think it is. It's going to be fascinating to see how far Trump pushes that notion, because you're right. I don't think many people believe there's a strong case for it. To give you their side of the thing, they see this number go up year after year after year. They think if the government owns some of this, it can sort of cure this deficit problem.
The cynic in me, Mike, would say there are people saying that we need a strategic Bitcoin reserve because those people own Bitcoin and they want truly, and then they want the price to go up.
I think that's.
Can I be proved wrong?
Yeah, I think that's a valid counterpoint to all this. I mean, the thesis basically being that, look, the government's finances are in trouble. The dollar's role as a reserve asset around the world is, had a better outlook than it does now with all the geopolitics going on between China and Russia and whatnot, that, many people will turn to this as sort of that strategic reserve asset around the world. And why shouldn't the U.S. government do it as well? And if it just keeps pushing the number up, then we're protected in the U.S. against a weakening dollar or whatever. I agree with you. I think, there's a lot to question about that thesis, whether or not that truly is the role the government wants to take. At the same time, does it then undermine the dollar as a reserve asset, as a medium of exchange in all the commodities markets around the world, and basically the world's currency? And what does the U.S. give up if it sort of embraces Bitcoin to serve that role instead? So, I don't see it being, and who knows, this Congress coming in January has every reason to be pro-crypto, considering the huge amounts of money that was spent by the lobbyists to elect their favorite slate of candidates. So, whether it's a wise idea or not may not matter too much, given the support that it has.
Well, let's talk about the makeup of Congress as it comes to crypto support in the wake of all that spending, because this is the conversation we were having yesterday. What needs to happen for a Bitcoin reserve to come into place? And it would require congressional approval, and there's a lot more crypto advocates in Congress than there were.
Yeah, it would. The power of the purse still belongs to Congress, so theoretically, Congress would have to approve further purchases. There's even, some questions about the idea of taking the seized crypto that the Department of Justice holds from its seizures, whether that's even legal to just sort of claim that.
Typically that's supposed to be used to pay victims back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So in some cases, maybe there's no identifiable victim, but there are, there's a lot of work for lawyers here going forward, on both sides of this. It's like so many topics that come up with crypto is, the laws haven't caught up yet with all of this. And so, it's an open question about what exactly can be done with some of these plans, how the courts would side, would it go all the way to the Supreme Court even, and how they would decide, but you look at the makeup of the Supreme Court, you look up, Trump in the White House,
Right.
A lot of Republicans getting a lot of donations from the crypto industry, and you can see things sort of moving in their favor. So I think, and that's all just to explain why the market is so exciting.
Yeah.
Well, that's not to discuss the collective wisdom of any of this, but
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about what this renewed enthusiasm across the crypto landscape has meant. It seems like we're back in silly season when it comes to ETF filings in particular. I was talking with Vildana Hyrick over Instant Bloomberg about a Hedera filing or something. It feels like now that you are seeing this renewed enthusiasm in the prices, people are thinking that, the SEC, whoever will chair the SEC next, maybe will be a little bit more open to crypto. You're seeing a lot of interesting filings.
Yeah, and Donald Trump, I keep harping back to that July speech he gave to a Bitcoin conference. He didn't mince words. He said, I'm going to fire Gary Gensler, SEC chairman, on day one. Now, yet again, there's questions about whether he can do that legally, but hypothetically, let's imagine he can. He said, I'm going to replace him with regulators who love the crypto industry. So, everything's on the table now in this industry, right? And, I think there's a difference between some of these ETFs maybe getting approved and whether there's actually the underlying demand to really make them sustainable. I mean, the Ethereum ETFs haven't really gone gangbusters the way Bitcoin has. Many people have sort of laser-eyed focus, not to make a pun over the...
But you did.
I did, yeah.
Laser eyes.
Yeah. Bitcoin's where it's at, regardless of all sort of the promise that many people believe Ethereum and all these other blockchains have. Bitcoin is what people are excited about.
We only have 30 seconds left, but give us an idea of where the money's coming from. Is it institutional? Is it going into ETFs? What's going on?
I think it's coming from all sides. I mean, we can track the ETF flows. They've been super strong. I don't know the exact number, but we saw some record inflows after the election. So, who is that? That's retail. It's probably a little bit of institutional too. Pension funds. There are a handful of pension funds that have some crypto exposure. Everybody's watching a number go up is going to want to get in on the action to some degree.
$1.7 trillion is the market cap of Bitcoin, so 1.8 trillion. So it's smaller than some of the biggest companies out there, but seems like there's still room.
Getting to the size where you gotta, it's starting to become systemically important.
Which is good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have you back tomorrow, Mike, depending on what Bitcoin does. Mike Regan, Bloomberg News senior editor over on the crypto desk. Always appreciate him joining us. Bitcoin at $89,112. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got 39 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ now back in the red. Stocks selling off today. We've got a 10-point drop in the S&P, 59.90 where we stand, down 0.2%. The Dow down 295, lower by 0.7%, and NASDAQ down 15, a decline right now of 0.1%. That rally that drove stocks to records running out of steam today ahead of the CPI report tomorrow. 10-year at 4.43%, the 2-year 4.34%. Gold down $20 the ounce, $25.98, down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.8%, 68.16 a barrel. And Bitcoin, a topic we were just discussing with our Mike Regan. Bitcoin 89,412. Bitcoin today up by 1.6%. Bottom line, red on the screen, stocks lower. As for the market backdrop, Quincy Crosby is Chief Global Strategist at LPL Financial.
There is a sense that the economy is going to grow from here. Although, when we look at the markets, we have to accept the fact that how much growth do you really want? Do you want to incite inflation again?
You can hear more of the conversation with Quincy Crosby on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcast. Apple has been notified by the European Union that its geo-blocking practices are potentially in breach of consumer protection rules, adding to the iPhone maker's regulatory issues in the bloc. And Netflix says 70 million viewers are watching its shows with advertising every month, nearly double the total from May. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 10, a drop of 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. Well, it's time for another edition of Bloomberg Plugged In. It's your weekly look at EVs. Let's talk Tesla, because even though shares are down today, they are up around 30% since Donald Trump won the election. For more, we bring in Bloomberg Intelligence Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst Steve Mann. Steve joins us from our Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Steve, how is Bloomberg Intelligence thinking about Elon Musk and Tesla right now, given his close proximity to Donald Trump and what a Trump administration could look like for Tesla?
Yeah, like you said, the stock did go up quite a bit after Trump won the election. But if you look just before that, it had a really good third quarter. And I think that's also there's some optimism behind that. We think, sales probably jump 13% in next year from about flattish growth this year. I mean, on three things. One is, I think they're going to upgrade the Model Y. They're going to call it the Juniper. That's likely to happen in the first half. And, Model Y is the best-selling EVs in the U.S. And one of the best-selling EVs in the world, right? Second is, they are going to roll out an affordable EV, which is critical, not just for Tesla, but for the whole EV market globally. So that's going to have an impact likely in the second half. And then third, Cybertruck is actually selling really well. In the third quarter, it's the third best-selling EV in the U.S. after the Model 3 and the Model Y.
My heart is racing. I want to talk about the Cybertruck so bad. Everyone in my personal life has roasted me because I think they look awesome.
And you're the only one in your personal life who thinks they look awesome.
That's exactly right.
Consider this roasted.
Yeah. Tim is one of those people in my personal life who thinks that they don't look that great. I think they look really cool.
Yeah, I'm afraid to walk up to it.
I promise I have a question.
I'm glad you said that, because I'm afraid of them also.
Why? Because of the sharp edges?
Yeah, that thing's gonna,
You're afraid to look. I was going to say a bad word.
It's beastly.
Yeah, it is beastly. It looks like it weighs 1 million pounds too, which also appeals to me. But how is the Cybertruck meaningful in terms of sales to Tesla? Because I remember when they were rolled out, everyone was like, this is dumb. This isn't going to help them at all. They should be focusing on other things. Where does the Cybertruck actually rank when it comes to helping Tesla?
Oh, that's a good question. I think, Cybertruck is a very, it's in a very niche market. There's people that love it. There's people that hate it. And what the investors should really focus on is really the upgrade on the Model Y. in that affordable EV. Model Y sales, you're up in the millions. And then the affordable EV, we think it could, get up to 500,000 just from its existing capacity. Elon Musk is not planning to increase capacity for the new model. So actually, that new model can actually reach profitability much faster compared to when they launched the Model Y and the Model 3.
I like how Katie's like, I want to talk about the Cybertruck. I want to talk about the Cybertruck. And you're like, yes, the Cybertruck is selling well. But Steve is like, it's the Model Y that we have to pay attention to.
It's the Model Y that matters.
Yeah.
So I will say, I drive a lot, and I see a lot more Cybertrucks.
Like a typical New Yorker.
I drive a lot to the great state of New Jersey. I see a lot of Cybertrucks on the road, more than you would expect.
Well, I always wonder if it's the same Cybertruck that I'm seeing over and over again.
That's a good question. Unless that person in the Cybertruck is stalking me. I think these are different people. I don't know. We'll see. And then you see some of them that are wrapped. They're great advertising vehicles. But talk to us a little bit more about a more affordable model. You wrote recently that model price below $30,000 for vehicle, for example, it could expand the addressable market that Tesla had. How crucial is that for Tesla right now?
It's actually very crucial for EV adoption, not just in the U.S., actually in the world, in Europe as well, and in China. Just to give some perspective, in China, there's actually 200 EV models on the road today, and most of them are affordable EVs, meaning they're actually less than $50,000 per vehicle, and a lot of them are under $30,000. In the U.S., most of the EVs that have been launched in the last 4 or 5 years are actually very expensive, above $50,000. So the market really needs more cheaper vehicle, because if you look at the addressable market for compact, subcompact, under $50,000, under $40,000 range vehicle, it's actually half the market in the U.S. So for anyone to really sell EVs in volume, they will have to introduce a smaller vehicle. Like Tesla is not the only one introducing a cheaper vehicle. Rivian has plans to do so in the next couple of years. Lucid beyond that. GM already has introduced a couple, and they're going to launch the Chevy Bolt, a redesigned Chevy Bolt, which was one of the best-selling, subcompact EVs before it went out of production in next year.
I don't understand, Steve, what EV sales are going to look like during the Trump administration, because we know that he wants to remove some of the regulatory credits, but we also know that Elon Musk has his ear, and Elon Musk is a huge proponent of EVs. What do investors need to understand?
I really think, there is a risk of him removing the $7,500 credit. But I think what the industry really needs is to onshore a lot of the EV supply chain into the U.S. to actually bring down costs. And with the Inflation Reduction Act, there's about $160 billion that's been committed, or most of them have been spent on, for example, building battery plants in the U.S. And localizing that production will actually bring down costs and improve affordability for the average consumer. And I think Trump will actually leave that intact, because one of his mandate, or one of his pitches during his campaign, was to really to bring back manufacturing. So even though the $7,500 may go away, but I think as we onshore more of the supply chain, costs of the EVs will actually come down, and hopefully that will increase the penetration.
It's really interesting, Tim. I've been thinking a lot about the fact that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are really great friends right now. I wonder
Apparently, Musk is just chilling at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, you see members of the Trump family posting photos with Elon Musk. I think it was Trump's granddaughter who said something about Uncle Elon. These are two men with enormous personalities. I do wonder how long the happy noises will last, and what sort of premium that friendship has built up in Tesla's price. Because, Steve, you take a look at Rivian, for example, and Rivian has its own host of problems, but there was a real pair trade that's emerged in the past week, and that's long Tesla and it's short Rivian, because it seems like the market is saying that it's going to be Tesla, and then all these other pure play EV makers may be left out in the cold.
Yeah, that's a good question, too, because I think the other element that we haven't discussed yet is Elon Musk's push on AI, right? I think part of selling a lot of vehicles, Tesla vehicles out there, is really to put quote unquote these sensors, right? These cars are made up of, has a lot of cameras on there, and is capturing a lot of images and videos to actually train the AI computer, right? I think what Elon Musk's long-term goal is to really develop AI, and hopefully with him having, being in that circle with Trump, he's going to allow, he's going to allow more AI kind of testing, vehicle testing, hopefully soon rather than later. And that would really help, Elon Musk push on that cyber cap, right? That he's RoboCab that he actually introduced back in early October.
Is there China risk here, Steve? Elon Musk has spent years building a relationship with China. He was able to do something in the country that no U.S. automaker has ever been able to do before, and that's build a standalone factory without actually a joint venture with a Chinese company. Is that at risk? Or how are you looking at that from a Bloomberg Intelligence perspective, given Trump's hawkish stance on China?
Yeah, I think the risk there is pretty much balanced at the moment. Risk does have a really good relationship with China, especially with the local authorities in Shanghai, where his gigafactory is at. But Trump is actually bringing on into his cabinet a lot of Chinese hawks that's could put strain on that U.S. and China relationship further in the next 4 years. So I think for us, we'll keep a pulse on it and see how that goes. But right now, it's not really factoring into our kind of thinking on the fundamentals at the moment. It's really about the new vehicles they're launching in the next couple of years.
Hey, before we let you go, we got about a minute left. Wondering what you think about what's going on over at Hertz, because shares are tumbling after the company reported a worse than expected loss stemming from Hertz's failed bet on EVs and heavy depreciation costs that have pummeled earnings for the past year. This is a story that has really taken a lot of turns over the last couple of years.
Yeah, they've cleared out a lot of the EVs already. Only 8% of their actually fleets are EVs. But I think they're still going to feel the pain, because you compare the used car, if you look at the used car prices, it has actually dropped about a third from about the peak of the COVID. So I think there's still more pain.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you joining us. That's Bloomberg Intelligence Global Audios and Industrials Research Analyst Steve Mann joining us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey.
I want a Cybertruck so bad.
Do you?
But the problem is it's an EV, and I don't want an EV.
Why do you want a Cybertruck? You have a car.
They look really great, and it's a truck too. I could haul things
I think
in it.
if you didn't live in New York City,
Yeah.
you could totally get one.
Yeah.
Because you'd be able to charge that thing at home.
Yeah, but I'd
It wouldn't
be
be an
afraid to take that on the bridge. It looks like it weighs 1 million pounds.
I'd be afraid to. I don't know.
You don't want to touch it.
Yeah.
It's too sharp.
It's too sharp. Yeah,
All
it's a
right.
scary thing. Hey, coming up next, we're driving to close. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. Our Mark Gurman is reporting that Apple is nearing the launch of a new product category, and that is a wall-mounted display that can control appliances, handle video conferencing, and use AI to navigate apps. Apple, of course, aiming to catch up with rivals in the smart home market. Apple shares little change right now, down less than 0.1%. And now let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Felice Morantz.
Good afternoon, Charlie. Stocks are slightly down as yields climb and attention shifts towards tomorrow's CPI release. S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 both down about 0.1%, with the U.S. 10-year yield rising to 4.44%. NVIDIA is the #1 S&P 500 gainer on a points basis, while Tesla ended its winning streak sliding more than 7%. Tech and consumer staples lead S&P gaining sectors, while materials and interest rate-sensitive utilities and real estate are in the red. Top gainers include Tyson after earnings and Honeywell after activist Elliott takes a stake, Amgen sinking with Cantor flagging hidden bone risk data from an obesity treatment trial. In other news, Apollo's Scott Kleiman says to open your eyes, inflation isn't tamed. Live from the First Word breaking news desk, I'm Felice Morantz. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Felice. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAK, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, look at that.
Wow.
What do you see?
It's almost 4 o'clock.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You've been here all day.
I know. Well, I live here in the Bloomberg building. I don't actually leave, I just roll out a little bedroll.
We got everything we need. We
Yeah.
got food.
We don't have showers, but who needs that?
Who needs that? Hey, we don't, yeah. Let's see what Paul Christopher has to say about this rally run-up and that breather you keep talking about.
The pause.
That we're seeing, the pause. Paul Christopher is head of global investment strategy at the Wells Fargo Investment Institute. He joins us from St. Louis. A collective sigh emerging from the markets today. Finally, a little bit of a pause in the rally that we've seen post-election. Paul, how are you thinking about this?
Yeah, truly, a couple of days of pause, very welcome respite, and we'll have to see what happens with that CPI number tomorrow. A bad number could give the market a bad jolt. We'll have to see about that. But the real thing to keep in mind here is that the trends since the election day are really trends that go back to the early part of October when Trump started to take momentum, and even back earlier than that to the middle of September, once we started to get a sense that the economy was stronger than what we thought, the market had thought in early August, then the market started to move. Okay, higher yields, more of a soft landing, maybe no landing. So yields go up, right? Term premium goes up. Equities start to march higher. Cyclicals get the rotation bid, especially financials. And you get a little bit of a breather from tech. And so that's kind of the same thing as that Trump rally that started in early October. So it just accelerated a set of trends that were already in place. When you start thinking about, well, okay, tariffs, that's going to raise inflation, so yields need to go higher. Check that box. They were already going higher. Inflation makes the dollar stronger. Tariffs make the dollar stronger. Check another box. That was already going higher. And then finally, the idea that you'd have tax cuts and deregulation, and stock investors just love that. So again, another coincidence. And so this rally that we've seen here the last week, we should see in a little bit longer term context that could continue for a while, but maybe not at the same pace we've seen last week.
Well, Paul, layer on to the corporate fundamentals picture, because you think about third quarter earnings, it's still earnings season, but of the companies that have reported so far, it looks like 75% or thereabout have beat their earnings estimates, and that is bang in line with the average from the past 10 years or so. It's below the average of the past 1 year, 5 year look back, and in this market, I mean, prior to this big Trump rally that we saw, of course, it just felt like average wasn't good enough. So when you think about the long term and you think about the earnings power, does that spell further gains?
We think it does, but maybe not quite right away. That's why we do get a little bit nervous about the run-up in the last week or so, and I mentioned that in terms of the CPI report tomorrow. You'd only really need some sort of fundamental disruptor here for people to start taking profits. But in terms of earnings, yeah, 75%, that's about the longer-term average. But notice that the guidance was a little bit more negative, and earnings growth is slowing, and that's entirely consistent with an economy that's slower this year than it was last year. Now, the question is, where does that bottom? We think it bottoms in the fourth quarter, and then with the benefit of Fed rate cuts, starts to improve with the economy in 2025. So we're looking for stronger earnings next year. Again, a point I made a moment ago, the trends we've seen since mid-September are, we think, solid trends, but they've just accelerated a little bit much here. So look for a pullback and then maybe some good buying opportunities when that pullback finally arrives.
Talk to us, too, about the interaction between the bond market and the stock market. It feels like the bond market has just been the epicenter of volatility over the past week, over the past couple months as well. That hasn't slowed down the stock market, but we're starting to approach some of these levels out the curve where it starts to raise some alarm bells, according to some of the investors that I've been speaking to. How are you thinking about the rise in long duration Treasury yields?
So we kind of look at the components like the inflation piece of the long-term yield, and then what we call the term premium, which would be the portion of the yield that the investor requires in order to be compensated for staying in bonds instead of going over to a more attractive-looking stock market. And that term premium is what's been rising lately. That's kind of a good sign. It's what you'd expect to see in an economy that's bottoming out, where people aren't worried about recession anymore, but seeing recovery. So now bond investors demand a little bit more term premium. They want to say, hey, stocks are going to do well. You're going to have to pay me more, borrower, whoever you are, for me to lend you your money for 10 years in this bond. And we think that's not necessarily an unhealthy sign. Now, if we were to see a strong inflation report tomorrow, or in the next couple of months, or if we were to start to get a sense that the deficits under the new administration in Congress will be very much higher, then that could pose more of a problem for stocks. But that's a little bit down the road.
What's the signal that the bond market is sending about what it thinks the Trump administration is going to do?
Now, hard to tell. As I said earlier, if you see the bond yield rising and the tariff story remains intact and the dollar is accelerating at the same time, that would be those two facts there. A stronger dollar and higher bond yields would be consistent with tariffs and inflation, except that the bond yield really isn't being driven by inflation. It's being driven by fundamentally a term premium that's consistent with a re-inversion of the yield curve, a de-inversion of the yield curve, you might say, where long-term rates